Hi, Joe. This is Chris. Just letting you know we're waiting on a quorum.
Okay. No worries.
Got a quorum.
Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is December 21st, 2021 at 4:34 PM. We will begin today's city council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Byrne,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
with 100% holiday cheer, I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with a 100% holiday cheer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is our consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
with the same amount of holiday cheer, I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted with 100% the same holiday cheer. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move into item 14, which is the Police Department fiscal year 2022 budget amendment, an amount of $20,200. And turn this over to the chief this evening.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're bringing this budget amendment before you. This is part of a grant funding. We're looking for spending authority on this for our Alive at 25 program. For those of you who may not know what that program is, it is a program, educational program funded by the State Highway and the Office of Highway Safety and the Meridian Police Department. So if somebody under 25 years of age gets a speeding ticket, some other type of ticket, and it's their first one, not a pattern of poor driving behavior, they do have the option to attend an Alive at 25 course, which is instructed by some of our officers, certified instructors. And they have the opportunity to have that ticket removed from their record and therefore not go on their insurance or count for points against them on their insurance. We are, I believe, the only agency in the valley that is still actually providing this program. So it is very well attended, and our officers have stayed very dedicated to the program.
Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
with my driving record, do they have a live after 55?
You know, that may be a great idea. I'll try to pitch that, and maybe I'll become famous for pitching that.
I was going to go the opposite. Is it preventative as well? Because I've got a child who I think is going to be, will find her way into that ticket. Can you do it in advance?
Well, you can't do it in advance, but you can take the class in advance to help them learn more about proper driving behaviors.
But then they lose their ability to get those points removed in the future?
You know, I'm not sure about that, but I can say this. My son has had to attend this course.
Hey, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
So to that point, Tracy, I love this program. I had both my boys do it just because it's a phenomenal program. And most insurance companies, for any parent, will offer a discount on your insurance rate for having taken the class for your youth who do it. So there is a proactive benefit for doing it financially as well as for the safety of the kids. So outstanding program.
Councilman Pro.
You. Is this, are the classes provided valley-wide, meaning that anybody can attend, or is it just Meridian residents? Or just individuals who received citations in the city of Meridian, or how does that work?
So it is provided, if somebody from another jurisdiction has received a citation, they can attend our course as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
but those jurisdictions aren't being requested to participate in a financial way?
Those jurisdictions have chosen to not provide this training any further for their own reasons, but Meridian has stayed dedicated to the program, realizing that every person that comes through the program, whether they've received a citation in another jurisdiction or not, are going to be driving on our roadways as well. So we feel like we have an obligation and a duty to provide any one of these, anybody under the age of 25 with the opportunity to become better drivers.
And
How,
Nampa is also a provider of this course in the Treasure Valley. Go ahead, Councilwoman Pro. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So what is the participation from, you said that this is in coordination with the state as well. What does their participation look like?
The Office of Highway Safety is who provides the funding for us.
Council, any additional questions for the chief? Do I have a motion? Mr. Cabinet,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we approve a budget amendment in the amount of $20,200 for the Alive at 25 grant funding that's been presented by Chief Basadachea.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve the FY22 budget amendment in the amount of $20,200. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
one more quick question. Is this for fiscal year 21, 22, or is it calendar year of 22?
Fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
Just a
Hoagland.
quick program, comment. This is a very good program. Thanks, Chief, for keeping that going, and it's very worthwhile.
Here, here.
With that, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 15, the Mayor's Office Strategic Plan Execution Update. I will turn this over to Mr. Kuntz.
Good afternoon. And Mr. Mayor and members of council, it's my distinct holiday pleasure to present to you the biannual execution update of our city's 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. Last week, I sent a memo outlining some of the key updates and progress that's occurred during 2021, and I'm here to discuss and highlight some of that key work. Is the presentation up? For our agenda tonight, so we'll have a recap of what occurred during 2021, an update by focus area on some of the work that's been achieved and will be achieved with relation to the goals and what will be happening in 2022, and answering any questions that you might have on the strategic plan. So during 2021, our city departments and leadership developed the strategies and tactics to achieve the goals that were adopted by City Council in late 2020. The departments began execution on key work in the plan, and we started engagement with City Council on many key topics, such as our urban renewal districts, the urban forestry plan, Linda Road overpass, code and policy updates, and many, many more. There's certainly a busy year with many important execution items in the plan. And I'm going to take these by focus area, and we have 6 focus areas in the plan. For the first one is under responsible growth. I'm going to highlight some of the key aspects that achieve the goals. For the first ones are going to be under our urban renewal districts and growth tools. Last week, you approved or finished approving the last urban renewal districts, the Linder District, Northern Gateway, and the Union District Amendment were all approved and adopted in order to spur investment and improve infrastructure. With these districts created, we have an opportunity to invest in these areas. So I want to thank you, City Council, for investing and using these key tools to manage our growth responsibly. Under goals related to our comprehensive plan, we adopted the Fields District that will ensure that Northwest Meridian has a unique character and long-term plan for development. Parks and Recreation is currently updating their master plan to better reflect the desires of our community, our comprehensive plan and strategic plans in order to provide premier amenities that the community desires. City Council and the Planning Department worked on the open space and amenities updates to the residential subdivisions, and will continue providing premier amenities well into the future with that key update and approval from City Council. Under transportation and infrastructure, one that's near and dear to Mayor Simison, we have a couple under arterial roadways and efficient travel for that goal. We recently got the Linda Road overpass, ACHD completed and awarded Keller and Associates the RFQ for that, so that was recently done. The cooperative development agreement draft is currently in review for Linda Road overpass with a target of Q1 or Q2 for achievement of that. Lake Hazel and Eagle Road improvements to Discovery Parks, another key highlight. Agreement between Brighton and ACHD to widen Eagle Road between Lake Hazel and improvements to Discovery Park before Phase 2 opens. That was a really good initiative for transportation infrastructure. And ACHD's integrated 5-year work plan, we saw modifications and updates to that at the request of our Transportation Commission and our Planning Department. Amity Road, Locust Grove intersection with pedestrian improvements to Mary Mack Elementary is now moved up for construction to FY24, and Ustick Road between 10 Mile and Black Cat have now moved up to FY24 for construction as well. Under Pathways Connections for Parks, the 5 Mile Pathway bid winner recently started half of the striping between 10 Mile and Meridian Road, and they're currently working on bringing in additional signage for many of our wayfinding tools and pathways. Under Business and Economic Vitality, we had significant things in community engagement, under business community engagement, and our targeted job creation. In business visitation, we were able to visit 11 businesses this year. A lot of businesses previous year were not able to be visited because of COVID, but we were able to get with United Heritage, CompuNet, Fiberon, Keller Associates, JUB, Red Aspen, and Western States Equipment. Another highlight for Business and Economic Vitality is the Commercial Project Manager Program. That position will be guiding large projects with the business community to ensure proper execution and meeting our premier standard for service delivery with those business clients. We also collaborated with the Chamber with the first annual State of Downtown, and we were able to highlight many of the key projects that are going on downtown and just start that relationship with those business customers and our chamber members. As far as job growth, it was pretty substantial in 2021. So we added approximately 200 jobs in the industrial sector, 200 to 300 jobs in IT services, and over 100 in professional services. One key thing we wanted to highlight was Red Aspen, homegrown company. You approved a new 30,000 square foot facility on a 3-acre site on Overland and Linder for their new headquarters and distribution expansion. And then several other like JST Manufacturing added 50 jobs with a new 60,000 square foot facility for semiconductor, optoelectronics, biomedical, and other clean industries. So a lot of really good positive economic growth that's happened in Meridian in this past year. Under Public Health and Safety, Council helped approve the Fire Station 7 and 8 for improving outcomes of response and risk reduction efforts. And both of those are going to improve response times in Northwest and Southeast Meridian. The design developments are currently underway under both stations. The fire department also completed and developed their strategic plan as part of the CSPE accreditation process for the department. The 3-year plan also aligns fire's plan with the city plan, as well as specific operational goals and criteria for the future. Under PD, the Youth Safety Academy engaged with youth in the community to build partnerships and awareness of law enforcement. The property crimes partnerships with the business community also resulted in over $20,000 worth of property being recovered from citizens and prosecution of a criminal element. So we invited the public to participate on promotional boards with our command staff lieutenants for the first time. City Council also approved the Northwest Precinct for Northwest Meridian, which should improve operational efficiency and logistics and effectiveness. We also approved the captain's roles, which will allow for enhanced operational effectiveness and achievement of long-term strategic initiatives for the police department. Under Vibrant and Sustainable Community, under program offerings and livability, we participated with AARP Livability Initiative. We are now a member of the Age Friendly Net community. We conducted a town hall in October of 2021 to allow our community to outline key steps and key milestones of the program. We're going to continue to work with focus areas and survey efforts to identify opportunities in the program framework in the near future. As far as Premier Open Spaces, Parks brought before you their Parks Lakeview Master Plan and was presented to City Council. They've recently received golf carts in August and are waiting to receive maintenance equipment in the near future to enhance the overall golf course, just the look and feel and the premier amenity that lives there. The urban forestry plan was presented to council and updates were made based on feedback, and that will be brought back to you in the near future. And Discovery Park Phase 2 in the budget was with the GMP contract was approved by council in this November. Targeted teen amenities, the skate park and bike park are currently in the design build process at this point. And for government excellence, which I'm partial to, under innovating operations, The Innovation and Change Academy had a pretty successful year. We had 31 ideas submitted from staff. We worked on 14 projects, which saved approximately 600 hours of staff time on non-value added work. We trained 17 personnel on Innovation 101 classes. And one project we wanted to highlight was the QLPE process in the community development. We managed to shave 7 days off of waiting on project approval by eliminating a requirement for payment at a certain point in the process, which caused delays in project start. So that was one improvement that we made from one of our innovations in that area, and it really saved a lot of time for our business customers. For HR, they had some self-service tools and hiring. HR Service has had a couple of wins this year with the policy and procedure update that you saw, but the fire department's also going to be looking at that, and that will be brought back shortly, probably in the next month or two. They deployed the eRecruit tool for hiring and recruiting. This provides much greater flexibility and for internal and external users, and it took into account a lot of feedback from customers, from external users and internal users. It's a great partnership with IT, HR, and all city departments. HR recently just made all job descriptions and pay information available on the internet for all employees for internal transparency, and look to do more in the future. And as far as ongoing plan execution, during 2022, we will make any needed updates to strategies and tactics in order to make sure we're accomplishing the goals, and we'll update council on those strategies. I'll work with the community on our strategic plan site, sharing information on completions, how we're achieving the goals, as well as working to theme key community activities via our communication platforms by the 6 focus areas. So we'd like to make a better emphasis on that this year, where we're talking through and talking about, what are we doing in responsible growth with the community? What are we doing in transportation and infrastructure? What are we doing in all those key areas to highlight some of those things this year? So that's one effort we're gonna focus on this year. Our departments will continue to engage with City Council on priority topics throughout the year, and I'll send an update in March based with progress, communications, and additional updates at that time. And with that, stand for any questions.
Thank you, Vincent. Council, any questions? And you're welcome to take them offline with Vincent afterwards as well, if necessary, but.
Mr. Mayor, just the rhetorical question, how do you top that next year? So it's to be seen, but that was a very productive year, and a lot of important things got moved forward, and certainly we have to continue that. So appreciate that effort by everyone in the city. No, it's just not you, Vincent. But.
Yeah. And we do have the subject matter experts. Many of them were asked to be in the room for this portion this evening. If you do want to ask them questions about any of the items that were worked on or where it might lead us in the future. Okay, then with that, thank you, Vincent. Thank you all for being here, and you're welcome to stay for downtown bar or for parking requirements if you'd like as well. So, or you can leave that for Caleb. So with that, next item, while we are all waiting, is for Community Development Department parking requirements review. Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As the mayor just mentioned, I'm going to run through our current parking standards with you all. Downtown may be of interest to you, but we are looking to pull together our UDC focus group, which is made up of some of our stakeholders, everybody from citizens to engineers to developers to architects, landscape architects. We get them together about twice a year and look at our code. Planning is kind of a standing agenda item for that group to look at. And as mentioned, noted in the memo that I put in your packet for tonight, we've had some changes to parking standards over the last couple of years, but it seems to be a moving target. And I don't know that we've got it right. So that's why I'm here, is to, again, let you know that we'll be talking about parking with that stakeholder group, the UDC focus group, start of the year, and anticipate bringing some potential code changes to you probably later in the spring sometime. So want to get out in front of that a little bit with you because I do know multifamily, restaurants, and downtown in particular have all coming up over the past 6 months or so through development review, public hearing. So just want to make sure we're headed down the right track and meet expectations. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with UDC focus group or what issues they may have or bring up. But again, I want to make sure we're generally rowing in the same direction here. So again, in the memo, I put out some of the UDC requirements. I'm just going to summarize those really briefly. The UDC does break our parking requirements out into 2 sections. So residential and non-residential makes good sense. And then for the residential section, we have a table that shows how many car parks are required, and it's based on per bedroom. So 1 and 2 bedroom requires a certain amount, 3 and 4, and then 5 and above for residential, and then multifamilies in there as well. And then for non-residential or commercial and industrial standards, they're broken into traditional neighborhood districts, which include our Old Town district or downtown, commercial and industrial. For most non-residential, so commercial districts, 1 car park for every 500 feet of gross floor area is required. That's the standard for 90% probably of all non-residential projects. In downtown and for Old Town zoning, it's been several years now, but we did change the standard to be half of that. So 1 per 1,000 in downtown. And some of that was to facilitate growth. We were pretty stagnant and weren't seeing a lot of things happen. And this was one of the things we thought that could spur some interest in some redevelopment potential downtown. That plus a lot of the lots downtown are older and smaller. And so providing on-site parking can be difficult for a lot of parcels downtown. There's also some other standards for Old Town. You get a credit for the building that you have. So if you've got 1,000 square feet, you don't have to provide another car park for that. You're basically grandfathered in, if you will, with any existing space. When you do an addition or a remodel, you have to provide the code required standards, but you are allowed a credit to an Old Town. So that's kind of the baseline standards again for residential and non-residential. Industrial is 1 per 2,000. So pretty low standard. I don't know if anyone else has experienced any problems. We usually don't get too many complaints about being overparked or underparked in industrial. So I think like that's a pretty good standard to have. I will just mention, we do get some non-industrial uses in industrial areas, right? So churches will often move into an industrial, what was originally constructed for something for industrial, and then they take that space over and they can be underparked. Same with like karate fitness studios, those types of things also tend to move into those areas sometimes, and it can create parking problems. But just for industrial users, I believe that standard is appropriate. The fire marshal did do a little bit of more research. I know he's constantly doing research, but he did some specific site checks here recently. Unfortunately, he's not here today. Joe Bongiorno is who I'm referring to, but he does want to be part of this conversation. He will be part of that UDC focus group I mentioned. He does want to share some additional information on his findings, his thoughts with you all as we go through this effort again. Particularly apartment complexes, he's had some concerns with. I kind of mentioned it at the beginning, but we did change our standard for multifamily projects where we now require 1 guest parking for every 10 units. So that's relatively new. So a lot of things you see on the ground don't actually have that instituted yet because they were approved, so recently that they haven't built and they're not occupied yet. So I don't know how well that's working. A little bit more time will tell on that. I will just final note I have, I guess, as I open the floor for feedback you have, in UDC 113C7, which is just the next standard after it says how many car parks you need, we do have an alternative compliance section. And most of the projects downtown that are of any size do go through that process typically with the MDC board and recommend to the planning department, to the city, either approval or denial of alternative compliance to those baseline standards that I just mentioned to you for Old Town, which is 1 per 1,000. Both of the major projects that we have going on right now, both went through the alternative compliance sections. not going to go into the details of those, but they are providing less than what would be just required by the baseline code. And that's something that they have to convince, again, the NBC board that whatever they're doing doesn't create a nuisance for downtown, that there's enough parking. A lot of times that can be them providing shared parking agreements, carpooling options, proof that transit's going to go by and that they're providing bus passes, encouraging ride sharing, providing bike storage on site, those types of things. So again, there are some things in our code that say, if you want to reduce that parking standards, here's some of the things you must address in that, and go through our urban renewal agency to make a recommendation if you want a lesser parking standard. So I guess with that, just setting the stage, and that's kind of the areas that we were planning on talking about with this UDC focus group. Again, looking for any feedback you may have as we jump back into looking at those standards.
Thank you, Caleb. And council, maybe one of the questions I would ask you to, as you provide feedback, is do you have a current floor in your own mind of what level of parking should exist out there that you want to share? You know, for them to start looking at and provide feedback. Is I think that's an important part, is to give the group your thoughts and let them go truth them out or not from that standpoint, if you have it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
First of all, I have a quick question for Caleb, and then I'll answer the question you just posed. Caleb, what is considered vertically integrated residential? Can you kind of give me a definition for that?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pro. Yeah, vertically integrated typically, historically, has a non-residential user on the bottom. So retail, office, restaurant, those types of things. And then second, third, and above floors are typically residential. They can also have office on like a second or third floor, but it's a mix of uses vertically integrated. So you have at least some level, 1 or 2 floors typically of non-residential with 1 or more residential floors above.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So Caleb, why are those parking standards treated differently than a multifamily that's multi-story multifamily?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro. So I believe some of the thought behind that is typically we're going to see a vertically integrated product is in an urban setting where you have a mix of uses, and it's usually pretty dense. And the thought there is not as many people will need to drive to locations and therefore won't need as many vehicles to get around. So in theory, you can be a single car household or even carless and be able to get your groceries and your job and your entertainment all within walking, riding distance of where those things are typically constructed. They're not typically constructed in the suburbs, you know, in the middle of subdivisions. They're constructed in a downtown, mixed use, transit friendly environment.
Thank you. I don't personally think that we are a large enough metro area yet to minimize that to 1 parking stall. I don't think that we're quite there yet where we have enough business downtown, enough employment opportunities in the downtown setting to keep folks walking to work. I don't think that we're there yet. And I've seen that be our biggest issue downtown, is this one, especially we've been talking about these new URD developments, having 1 space for a 3-bedroom apartment, or, you know, 1 space per, I think that's how that's set up on the chart. It had said 1 bedroom pretty much for any size of apartment. That is an issue to me. I think that those, in my opinion, those parking standards should be the same as what they are in the multifamily until we get to such a place that it's, you know, folks can work and live downtown, and that we have enough residents who can, you know, there's the right ratio of employment to residents in the downtown sector. And then also apartments, you know, families are living in apartments now. The cost of housing is such that apartments are becoming longer term residential solutions for people. And so I really think we need to consider increasing our parking requirements for apartment complexes, for multifamily, because I don't think that this challenge is probably going away. And I think that we're going to continue to have hearings like we've had recently where cars are spilling out into the street. And I don't see that challenge. I see that challenge getting worse as more and more people are living in apartments long-term because they can't afford a single family. So I definitely think that the concept of providing less parking so that it forces people not to have to drive is not a philosophy that's currently working. It will get there, I believe, but it's not happening right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Caleb Miranda, I tend to agree with Councilmember Perot. I've tried to, over the past year, really research and understand kind of this movement to kind of carless communities and having that being somewhat ambitious. You know, taxpayers subsidize so much related to the personal vehicle, and I can appreciate the desire to try and shift away from that and plan for residential that doesn't require a significant amount of space for storage of vehicles. But I kind of like Councilmember Perot, I just don't think that we're even close to being there yet in Meridian. So I think my comments fall in line with my other council member. I would ask maybe just a couple other items for consideration or vetting with the UDC focus group, and that is around electric vehicle charging stations. Boise has some plans around that. Nampa, Caldwell, I'm not aware that we do. Full disclosure, I own an electric vehicle. I've owned EVs for almost 10 years. But I think that as particularly states start doing away with combustible engine vehicles, this is something we're going to be forced to, build a plan about at some point or another. So I think earlier rather than later seems to make sense to me. And then just further conversation, particularly in multifamily in downtown, around bike parking and bike storage, if we've got the right matrix there, or if we need to do something a little bit different for downtown or in multifamily. So those are my only comments.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Caleb, appreciate you tackling this project. We have had lots of discussions about parking and different things. I want to start out with commercial and then move to residential. In your memo here, you talked about commercial projects, 1 parking spot's required for every 500 square feet of floor area, and except restaurants and I think in storage facilities or exceptions. But, as I think about that, there's a lot of, and does that apply? I guess here's my first question is, does that apply to strip malls? Or is that, so each one, depending on the square footage, that determines the parking, or is there extra added to that because there's a grouping of them?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yeah, it will be gross floor area of that project, if I'm understanding your question correctly. So depending on how it builds out, typically, you're getting 1 building permit per building. So if we know the tenant, we'll assign the required car parks based on, so if it's a restaurant or if it's a strip mall and a portion of it's a restaurant, you'd have to provide the higher ratio for that portion of the building. So it is proportionate depending on the user.
So Mr. Mayor, to follow up on Caleb, and that's what I thought, but I tried to think of an example. You take 1,200 square feet, they just got 1 segment, and there are several of those, and even if they're professional services, I thought, okay, what if it's an audiologist where they got 1,200 square feet, maybe 1,500 if you want that much room, but they've got a receptionist, they have a technician, and they've got the doctor. And you have 3 people, they're required 3 parking spaces. There's no, we don't allow for customers in that. And not granted, not that they're going to have 20, 30 people, but even if they have 2 or 3, we have that area that, well, are we really covering that? So that's just a comment. I thought that just seems odd. We may cover for employees, but unless there's something in there that is in addition to how many estimated staff there will be for that. So maybe that's where I'm missing out on, if you could answer that.
Yeah, there wasn't really a question there. I think you got it. I do, before you move on, leave commercial anyways, I probably should have mentioned this just in my original presentation, but our philosophy on parking is not to tell businesses how many car parks they need. They know better than we do how much parking they're going to need. So even if they have 1,200 square feet, they should know they've got 3 employees and there's nowhere for their customers to park. So really our code is set up to make them think about how much. It's the bare minimum. Like you can't provide any less than that. 99% of all businesses are going to provide more than what we require because they need more. 1 per 500 is not enough. I'll just be honest with you. It's not. But again, the success and how much parking they need is going to vary by user. And again, if the philosophy is wrong and we want to get into that and say, you know what, a doctor's type of a business, you need to provide 1 per this. And if you're going to be retail, you need to provide 1 per that. We can do that, but it's kind of hands off and saying, you want to be successful and have people come to your business, you're going to provide the parking you need. You got to have some parking though. And that's where we step in. So I should probably have started with that and say, this isn't meant to say it's the ceiling. It really is the floor. And you probably want to provide something that's probably at least 2 times our standard. And we typically do get that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Thanks for that clarification, Caleb. Yeah, and I think we need to be stronger about recommending more and whatnot. And we do have some areas in town where we have strip malls where they were professional or they're vacant and restaurants have moved in, and it has caused problems, as we well know, in several areas. So I think that's something we have to take a look at, have the committee talk about what those look like and be prepared for, because they could be where you have the 1,200 square feet, they combine the properties, and yeah, maybe they thought, well, there's 3 staff per, and then you have 5 more for customers, even though we may have 3, but that gives us 8, and we're good. All of a sudden, they combine them and it's a restaurant. It just changed the whole dynamic for that. So that's something they can tackle. I think Councilwoman Pearl brought up an interesting deal with others about the vertically integrated residential. Working in another city in another time of my life, there was a massive undertaking for downtown redevelopment. But with that development came parking garages as developed by the development corporation, and working together to make that work. So yes, the 1 per dwelling unit, it was combined in conjunction with other things that help fund and doing things that I don't think we're there yet, but we have to be thinking about that, and we are now with our current RFP with MDC and what we need to do. I just think we have to be aggressive in that and not do it as an afterthought, but as part of the whole thing. So how we tackle that, I'm not sure, but our downtown is going to grow. That's a great thing. But with that, we have to make sure we're not underparked. Interesting, just an aside, and it's been some time ago, about 6 months ago at least, I read a fascinating article about driving and the use of electric vehicles, and how, according to these experts and these studies they're doing with the electric vehicle, that prohibition of driving because I'm emitting fossil fuels and it's bad for the environment is taken away. And their projection is that there will be an increase of vehicles on the road as electric vehicles and other better forms of transportation come online, which I found fascinating because that changes the dynamic. You think, oh, downtown, they're integrated walkability and people don't want to drive, but all of a sudden they have an electric vehicle and they can drive and feel fine about that may change that dynamic. So it's just one of those things. If I find the article, I'll pass it on, but it was just one of those thought pieces that trying to think ahead. What does this look like if we have 80% of people driving electric vehicles, and all of a sudden they're saying there's more vehicles on the road and in need of parking places. So that was kind of a head scratcher, but we do have to kind of look at all these things. To move into, if I might, Mr. Mayor, residential. And one of the items that I was interested to hear when we had a hearing here a few weeks ago for a multifamily deal, and their standard for parking, we use 1.5, they use 1.7. And I thought, well, that was interesting. Now, I don't know if all the dynamics were the same, where if that was just for the one bedroom, 1.7, because then as you go to 2 to 3, we have 2 dwelling units per, 2 per dwelling unit for 2 and 3, and then 3 per, for 4 dwelling units. But I thought, well, that's an interesting change. And I ran a bunch of different projections, and I think that's worth considering. I think we have to think about the dynamic that has occurred the last 2 years. And if it continues to occur with pandemics and the housing market, that the pricing is so high that people can't afford, and there's more people coming together. I see it in our subdivision, which is single family homes, 3-bedroom home, and there's 7 vehicles parked out front, and they're not all related. And fortunately, there's a common area they could accommodate all the vehicles, but this is also happening in the multifamily. And so I think we kind of have to look at that. Do we consider in a 100-bed, in a 100-unit apartment complex, if you were to say, well, 20 of those are going to be 1 bed, 20 are going to be 4 bed, and 60 are going to be the 2 to 3 bedroom, and you calculate our standard, and then with the 10 extra per dwelling, so that's 1 per 10 and 100 units, that's another 10. I came to 220 units. But if you look at things where, okay, if we take the 1 bedrooms and they're at 1.5, you raise that to 1.7, instead of 30, you have 34. Or if you go 1.8, you have 36 instead of 30. Because if you have a couple living there and then you're going to have 2 per, but you move that up a bit. Same with the 4-bedroom. You try to determine, okay, if you have those 20, it requires 3 per 4. So there's 30 for those 10 units, but you're going to have people sharing, and you're going to have 4 vehicles for that 4-bedroom complex. Well, if you raise that up, you're going to have 40. Now you're up to 70 instead of 60 for that additional 10. And that's just example. And then 2 to 3 bedrooms, same thing. You have to kind of figure if you add 2.35, based on the 2 to 3 bedrooms for that, instead of 220 for all the calculations that are under if I did my numbers right for our required parking spaces, now you're up to 256. So I don't know what the formula is. That's just me playing around with some numbers, trying to figure that out, just to say, okay, how does it reflect reality? What is reality, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out. And we don't know, but we can look at the things, and Chief Bongiorno had gone through and talked about some areas where there's open, the internal lots are open, but people are parking on the streets for convenience. So how do we address that? And the last thing on these multifamily, Caleb, I'd want to talk about, again, looking at when my wife and I walk in our neighborhood and the driveway is full because they have their vehicles, but the service vehicle is parked either in the driveway, they might have the car in the garage, or it's parked out front on the street. And that's fine, there's room for it. But so many people are on call that are professional services, that rightly so, when my furnace decides to quit at midnight and I need heat and I can call someone, they're going to respond, jump in their vehicle and head over. But that apartment complex, can it handle a large service vehicle parked there? And we kind of talked about that at one of our hearings about with the Lineman's College, bringing their vehicles there. And it's a reality. People have to live someplace, and many of the people are on call. So how do we handle those plumbing vehicles and heating and cooling vehicles? And maybe they work for Idaho Power, and certainly services that we want. Are there going to be spots that you can park an oversized rig at some of these places? And maybe it's not a lot of spots, but is it 4 or 5 that are available for that sort of thing? Just something else for them to look at, chew on. I don't know what the answer is, but something to consider. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have for now.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Hood.
before we move on to any other feedback, I want to just ask for some clarification, because Councilman Pro mentioned this as well, and Mr. Hoagland just did as well. On-street parking, is that something that when it's not, signed, not, because sometimes the street's too narrow and you can't park either on one side or both sides because the street's so narrow. But when you can, is that a problem? I don't want to read too much into your comments, but I kind of get the sense that you're opposed to just on-street parking, even if the street's wide enough to accommodate on-street parking and still get vehicles by and ACHD signed off on the street. So I'm trying to understand even the project that was north of on Meridian Road here, that parking is legal. People complain about it, but it's legal. They're legally parked. But is that an issue that we need to address in this and prohibit parking adjacent to multifamily potentially, or even single family residential?
So Caleb, you stole my thunder
Sorry.
because no, it's okay. You're allowed to do that. But that was and it's great that we got the two chiefs here because the question I want to ask them is, do they think we should eliminate parking on roads and require all parking to be only done on the property that the unit is there for? If so, let's reduce our road standards and only make them wide enough for our vehicles to get down and not worry about parking on them, because it is a cost. We're making people put in roads to a certain width, and if our direction, our desire is not to have parking on the roads, then make the road smaller, make the cost cheaper, and put it into the property that's responsible for that. Because you didn't ask my opinion on this yet, but my opinion is I have no issue with people parking on the roads because that's what they're there for. In fact, I think there's things we could do and probably in some of our other codes where we could make it easier for people to park on the roads by not allowing, the issues we had with the mailboxes. Mailboxes take up potential parking that would be allowed in residential areas. And by changing those requirements, you could change that. But I think that is a fundamental question that I think council needs to have a viewpoint on, is if your expectation is that roads are not for parking vehicles on, whether it's around commercial, whether it's around residential, whether it's in downtown or anywhere, what is the expectation? Because that's huge. That can be somewhat of a game changer if it's only park on your property what you're responsible for, and not asking any council to make that determination today. I think it is a conversation piece, just as Caleb mentioned.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just,
Councilman Hogan.
a couple of things to weigh in on that, Caleb. Originally coming in, you look at that and let's keep cars off and make it open and different things. But yet when people talk about speeding on these roads and in their subdivision, the more cars that you have and more things there actually is a deterrent to going fast. So I kind of changed my outlook on that, going, that kind of makes it something that actually helps with the speed that people complain about, and change my thinking about that a little bit. So I certainly want to make sure we're not, blocking stop signs or having distances, and the fire hydrants and all that is certainly doable. When people park out in front of my house, it's like, wait a minute, what are they doing out in front of my house? But yet I didn't pay for that whole road. And it's wide enough to park. So if there's, and usually the neighbors are just having some birthday party or something, no biggie. But yeah, to me, I've kind of come around to that a little bit, that, you know what, it's not a bad thing. And unless they want to build the road themselves and make it private, maybe we have to rethink that a bit. But so that's I've kind of come around to that, of allowing parking on the street. So, but I know not everyone would share that opinion, but so that's where I am.
Yeah, and I guess, from a standard standpoint, Councilwoman Pearl, I see that but if you're on an apartment complex on a corner and you're a 30, 40 acre complex or 20 acre complex, and there's, parking for 75 cars on the street on the two sides that you're there, is that okay? Should that matter towards your numbers, or should it not, especially if there's nothing else nearby? It won't be that way forever, but it's just a good thought point. Councilwoman Pro.
You. I don't mind the on-street parking. Where I think there's challenges is when it's not dedicated, when there either isn't signage or there aren't spots specifically marked off. So if, in a downtown area, you have parallel parking, there are spots that are already marked. They exist specifically to be parked on the street. But when you have a lot of these streets in residential areas, a collector, for example, that's wide enough to have parking on both sides, but there's nothing that designates how many parking spots should be there. They're not striped to have parking there. And I just think it could be as simple of a solution as, having better signage and better markings. Now that's an ACHD thing and not something that we oversee, but I don't see why we couldn't have a conversation with them if we are continually running into areas where there are issues, specific areas of the city where there's issues, where it's intended for on-street parking, but the behavior is causing safety challenges. So that's my thought on the on-street parking. I'm not opposed to it. I want to be careful about how much we rely on it, of course, but there are some of the residential developments that we've approved specifically have the on-street parking for visitors or a third space or whatnot. So those I don't think we need to take away. It's more of and it seems to me like some of the conversations that we've had recently have been about existing communities, not the new communities. So we can't do anything about that, about the existing communities until there's an actual application that comes up and we have a conversation. But as far as new developments, I don't mind the on-street parking, but I really think having it well marked would be helpful. Just wanted to address something very quickly regarding what Councilman Hoagland mentioned. Yes, the chief has gone out and looked at several developments and found that there's plenty of spaces available within the developments themselves, and yet people are still parking on the street. Two reasons why I think that's happening, and that I think are actually fairly easy to solve. The first is we talked about the sizes of the vehicles not fitting into the spots that belong, that exist in those developments. And so some of the ways that, if for example, the hearing that we had a few weeks ago, they had up to 60 additional spots that were open. So widen some of those. That's not complicated. Make 50 spots and make some of them longer and wider. The other thing is that I know from recently having lived in an apartment complex in transition between houses, I didn't want to open up my door into a metal post that was holding up the carport. Why are the metal posts sitting in the middle of why can't there be metal posts in the front of the space and the back of the space? So you're not opening your door into a metal post. A lot of folks don't park under the carports because they don't want to get their doors dinged up. And the designs of some of those carports are really poor. So I think that's a significant reason I saw in my neighborhood why people didn't want to park in the carports, because they just didn't want to they didn't want to have to try to open the door and squeeze it into this tiny space. So I think there's a couple of fairly easily solvable issues that don't require us to necessarily increase the parking standard. It just may be how we design how the parking's done.
Councilman Borton, Councilman Burnt, just want to make sure we give either of you time before we come to the close today.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he's getting in before you, Joe. Sorry, Councilman Burnt. Joe likes to go last anyways.
Okay, so sorry, Joe. I don't need to add a lot to what's been said. The only thing that after going through Caleb's memo, well done, very informational, was just the vertically integrated residential component with downtown, the downtown area. I get asked all the time. I live downtown. I get my haircut downtown. I get my hot beverages downtown, and a lot of places, a lot of friends own businesses downtown. So if I don't have to leave downtown, I'm not gonna. And those that know me know that that's just how it works, right? And so when I'm walking downtown, I get hit up all the time by businesses with questions about lack of parking. I have to inform them that, not an issue right now. Only 49% of what we have downtown is being used. People don't know that they can park in the Keller building. People don't know that they can park at the Masonic Lodge. People don't know that they can park at the Compass building. There's actual, public parking in all those areas. And so maybe we can do a better job at, in our messaging. But that's currently. And so going forward, I just think that it's really important that we just dot our I's and cross our T's and just make sure that, I'm not completely sold, you know, with one, and I agree with Councilwoman Perot with, you know, our downtown isn't quite there yet. We're working like hell to get it there, and it's looking great, and we're going up, and you know, we're doing what we need to do, but I don't think we have the jobs. I don't know if we have the people downtown to automatically assume that they're going to be walking to work, or they're going to be shop. We don't have a place for them to buy groceries downtown Meridian yet. So I know this may be a different conversation, you know, 5, 10, 15 years from now, but I just would look at that a little bit more. Other than that, I think everything's been discussed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Hood.
before we go to Mr. Borton, if you don't mind, I want to just plug, Miranda put together a downtown parking map recently. It's actually a reinvention of one that we've been using for the past several years, but the time, some of the times had changed, and where Park Keller, for example, wasn't on the last map. So we'll get that to you. I'm going to ask Miranda right now to go ahead and just email that to you. So if you have friends, family,
Right.
businesses, please get the word out. And it's a map that's very user-friendly on a handheld device. So if you're, you know, driving downtown, you can ask your wife to, hey, where can we park, and pull it up right there. And it shows where the public parking is available downtown. So just a quick note there.
Yeah. And one last thing, Mr. Mayor, you know, it's an enforcement thing as well. You know, I was downtown this past week and picking up my truck, you know, I was getting in my truck, and there was a code enforcement officer giving me a warning on my truck. And I didn't know that you couldn't back up in a parking stall. I had no idea. And so it was completely informational, and she was really nice and very professional, and she just let me know that I'm just giving you, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm here, don't give me a ticket. I'm here, you know, be nice to me. And then she was very informational about, you know, why she was giving me a warning. And so it's just that. And, you know, there are some people who are parking in front of businesses all day long, you know, like all day long. And so, and those are really small, easy fixes that we can discuss in the future. So.
Councilman President Burr, it's also, you have to park with the direction of traffic.
I did.
I'm just pointing out there for those listening at home.
I'm just backing.
Can't go through all the.
I like to back up. I like to, you know, I don't know, you couldn't back into a parking stall down.
Councilman Borton.
If you drive an F-750, it's hard to move that thing around as well.
Point taken. Good point.
I appreciate the conversation. I don't have anything substantive to add that hasn't been discussed. I'm glad this is coming to the focus group. This is one of those topics that should be and will be a perpetual conversation. As soon as we make UDC changes based on the focus group's work, it should go back, and we will continually provide input as we develop. So I agree with the comments and appreciate the consideration. So nothing substantive to add.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perot.
one more thing, and I don't know if that this is necessarily something the UDC group will look at, because I don't know if it has to be a part of code, but you know, as I've traveled around, some of the easiest ways to get around in smaller downtowns have been public parking signs that go along with that map, that coordinate with the map, that are signs that point people in the direction of where public parking is, and maps that are on posts in the downtown core. And that might be something that we consider looking into, so that, because I didn't even know there was a public parking map. And I should know that. And so I doubt that many of the members of the community know that as well.
Thank you. There's some signs, but there's probably not signs for all. So, okay. Councilman Burt.
If there's no more discussion. Yeah, we're good. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Are we gonna have Jessica tonight? Online, that's, okay. Just didn't know if she's there. Councilman Pro, are you present? All right, there we go. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is December 21st, 2021 at 6:00 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next time on up this evening will be our community invocation by Brother David Rice of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Right at the podium, if you would mind. If you would all join us in the community invocation or take this a moment of silence and reflection.
Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful to be gathered tonight. We're grateful for this Christmas season, for the opportunity it gives us to remember and celebrate the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ. We're grateful for those who serve the community, for those who serve the city council, for our staff and legislative and assistants. We're especially grateful for our first responders, those who put themselves at risk to assist members of the community in their greatest need. We ask thy blessings upon them. We ask thy blessings upon the proceedings this night, that harmony and peace may prevail, that we will have peace on earth, goodwill to men. We ask thee to bless those who deliberate tonight, that they will do so with sound judgment. They will put the needs of the community ahead of their own. We ask these blessings in the name of him we celebrate, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
There are no changes to the agenda this evening, so I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clark, should we have anyone sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do. Some, I believe, may be here for a later application, but I'll call them all. But first is Jerry Mortensen.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, you can be recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is is Jerry Mortensen. Live at 4045 East Green Meadow Drive, Meridian, 83646. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to highlight a problem I've run into in trying to annex our home into the city of Meridian. We've lived in our home since 1973 when we moved here. Our home is located just outside of the northeast entrance of the Kleiner Park, the first home outside the park. Recently, we've been advised that our septic system is failing. And so I've talked with a number of people as to the steps I should take, and the logical solution after talking to them and talking to the Central District Health was to try to annex into the Meridian city and connect to the water and the sewer there. Meridian city has stubbed off a main line for the sewer and the water and are in manholes just about 30 feet from our property line. And during the pre-application meeting with Alan, and the other department heads, we were advised of the requirements and the fees that pertain to it. And it's that I wanted to discuss for just a minute. We're advised that, and part that's a problem for me is that are instructed that the rules are that we have to extend the main water and sewer way beyond where we would need to have it. We also need to be responsible for sidewalks and for streetlights. And as I've looked at it and talked to others, it seems that it's pointed towards a builder or a developer, someone who is going to develop a number of hookups and therefore be able to recoup some of that expense. We're not a builder, we're not a developer, just a private homeowner that would like to hook up to the water. Where it's situated, we'd be able to, if by reversing the direction of our plumbing, be able to, in a straight line out from our home right to the manholes. Which would be a fairly simple process, still be expensive, but still a fairly easy process to connect. I understand the fees and to annex, I understand the fees to hook up for the water and the sewer. It's just the problem of trying to do all that development that it's just not feasible for us. In talking in the pre-application meeting and talking to several that were there, my 3 minutes up?
Your 3 minutes are up. So I think the best thing is probably to submit your information so council can review it at this point in time.
I just have notes. Is this what you're talking about, or do I need more?
Yeah, I think we probably understand the situation that you're referring to,
Okay,
and that we can follow up more directly with staff as appropriate if there's
appreciate that very
conversations
much.
we want to have.
Anxious. We've been in the community of Meridian for a long time. With my office, I used to have an office building over at 540 West Sherry Lane. For years, I was there, and we've been officed here since 1973. So this is our community. We're trying hard, and I tried a number of years ago, but it wasn't. They said that it wasn't possible, and so who do I hand this to?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
would it
Merry
be,
Christmas to all of you.
would it be okay if we advise the clerk to give Mr. Miles his contact information so he can contact the?
Yeah, it's really more of a I think it's a conversation that we'll need to have separately, because what we're really talking about is changing our annexation standards.
Right.
And
It's-
that's a conversation that we can, again, we're not supposed to go into details up here right now, but
No details, but I just wanted to, no, I don't want to talk about details, but maybe just put him.
sounds like he's had conversation with our planning staff already, so we should have all of his contact information.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody else sign up?
Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I showed Jeff DeForest talking BTW Apartments. I think that is related to another application. Brian Chris, the same, and then Christian Jensen. Is Christian here, and is this related to an application tonight? Perfect. Yeah, great. Thank you, sir.
All right, so it
That's
looks like we've made it through all of the public forum items this evening. So with that, we will move on to action items this evening. And the first item is a public hearing for UDC text amendment regarding collectors street setbacks in residential districts, landscape buffers along streets. So is it our intention to open this public hearing this evening and then continue? So with that, I'll open the public hearing for ZOA 2021-0003 and turn this over to Joe for staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm covering real quick for my boss instead of the other way around for once. So just the applicant couldn't make it tonight to make their presentation. That's as simple as it is. So they just requested to go to the January 11th hearing so that they could be present.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
I move that we continue this item, which is ZOA-2021-0003 to January 11th, 2022.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to continue this public hearing to January 11th, 2022. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The item, ayes have it, and the item is continued. Next up is a public hearing for Alpha Development, R15 MDA, H 2021-0094. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments and let Joe talk about this one that he knows about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one, know a little bit more about this one. As noted, this is for Alpha Development, which is the developer on this. R15 is in reference to the existing zoning. The application before you tonight is a development agreement modification to remove the subject parcel from the boundary of the existing DA, which is Summerwood subdivision from 2019, for the purpose of creating a new DA consistent with a new concept plan that consists of multifamily development. The site consists of 16.6 acres of land zoned to R15 and it's located near the northwest corner of 10 Mile McMillan. It's directly behind to the west of Walmart, right there on the corner. The site had in 2008 a comp plan map amendment to change the property to mixed use community from medium density residential. In 2019, there was a DA to remove this area from a larger area, which I believe was part of the Volterra and Vicenza subdivisions to the south and west, respectively. So now the R15 piece and the CCLO and this CG is all part of the existing development agreement. So this DA mod again is to remove this 16.6 acres from that DA and enter into a new one. There was also in last year, we did a property boundary adjustment to adjust the property line in line with the existing zoning. The north property boundary of this R15 actually used to extend further north. So we moved that to match up with the zoning so we wouldn't have split zoning on a property. As noted, this property is part of a mixed use community, future land use designation. It is part of a larger MUC area that encompasses area to the north and even a little bit on the southwest corner of 10 Mile McMillan. So here, and then all this, it's the brown with the polka dots. The current concept plan depicts a large scale business park consisting of a private hospital or some other large employer, large and small scale retail, professional and personal services, restaurants, and specific to this property, an area of assisted living facilities with supportive medical offices. So again, this DA and concept planning encompasses the whole mixed use community area on the north side of McMillan. The assisted living has been argued about with the applicant, not this specific applicant, with the previous property owner, many months. And where that comes from, although it's not specifically listed in DA, is some of the original narratives all the way back to 2008. And this DA concept plan is just kind of carried away through all the different applications since then. As we all know, that area has not been developed. There is no large retailer. There is no hospital. In fact, the hospital that could have gone here is probably going to go on further north in another project with a different project that we've already approved. Because of that, the applicant and the former property owner does not believe that this specific R15 site could develop with the assisted living community. Staff does agree with that finding because of the existing, circumstances. Without that large retailer or employer, assisted living in this area would be kind of a standalone use. And we do not find that it's been sitting like this for well over a decade with the zoning in place, ready for this type of use. The applicant, for the new concept plan, which is here, the applicant depicts two types of multifamily buildings, a townhome style on the west half, which would be on the bottom, north is to the left side of the screen. Townhome style on the west half and a more traditional apartment buildings on the east side. The reason why I know that is because in our pre-application meeting, they submitted elevations that showed this. They did not submit elevations with this MDA, but in the pre-app, I have seen those, as well as you can kind of tell by the building footprint. These are definitely different styles of buildings. In addition, the applicant has oriented a majority of the townhome style buildings along the west boundary, and they face north and south rather than east and west. And they also placed a drive aisle directly along the west boundary to provide a transition from Bridge Tower, which is on the west side of San Vito Way. This helps reduce building massing along the street, and it also creates a larger physical separation. Other renderings of this site plan, like I said, the buildings were facing the other direction and they were closer to the property line. It is my understanding the applicant had at least 2 neighborhood meetings and redesigned or made some modifications to the site plan in response to some of the discussions had at those neighborhood meetings. Staff does appreciate how they have created a more physical separation. They're going to maintain the existing sidewalk in San Vito Way, as well as orient the buildings in such a way that help with building massing, where you see the ends of buildings rather than not one giant wall facade of apartment buildings. In general, the design shown on the concept plan does depict a transition of density, building massing, and overall intensity of the proposed multifamily use from the west to the east towards the hard commercial corner of 10 Mile and McMillan, with Walmart being there. The apartment style units on the east half of the site are shown framing some centralized open space and amenities such as sports courts. And to their south, an apparent clubhouse and pool are shown along McMillan Road. There are several other areas of open space shown throughout the site that appear to meet the minimum standards for qualified open space. But to be clear, this is just before your development agreement modification tonight. The future conditional use permit will be required because of the zoning and the proposed use. So some of these specific details, meaning the amount of parking spaces, the amount of qualified open space, the number of units are not known and they are not solid. They're not solidified right now with this application. In the narrative, they discussed building at the maximum amount of density, which would be 15 units to the acre, which is associated with the underlying future land use designation of mixed use community and not the zoning. R15 zoning has nothing to do with density. The submitted plan does show each drive aisle as well with sidewalks that connect within the entire site and out to the adjacent collector streets. In terms of pedestrian facilities within a multifamily development, the submitted concept plan shows a robust pedestrian network that would offer ample connectivity to and through the site and to commercial uses to the east and potential future commercial uses to the north. It is important to note that the green space at the very north end of the site, which is on the concept plan in my staff report, all this area here was shown as green space and there was no property line depicted, which I called out in my staff report as being concerning because I couldn't tell where the property line was. The applicant sent this in response that does show the property line, which staff has confirmed that this is accurate. This green space is not part of the open space. It is currently zoned CC and owned by somebody else. With this green space here, staff does anticipate ample connectivity there, which would be great to future commercial uses. The applicant, again, provided this in response to my concerns, which I do appreciate. The applicant will also need to coordinate the driveway connection with the adjacent property owner to San Vito Way. As you could tell, this does not exist or is not proposed on their site plan or on their site. So they would have to coordinate that. Staff does want this connection to line up with this one so that there's easier access to the elementary school further to the west. That's planning 101. You want easy access to and from schools. There are 3 public streets abutting the subject site on the west, south, and east boundaries, which is rather odd. McMillan on the south side is an arterial street, and you have San Vito on the west, which is a collector, and Vicenza Way on the east, which is also a collector street. Therefore, access to McMillan is restricted and access to Vicenza and San Vito are very heavily monitored. They have proposed all their connections in line with existing curb cuts, which is going to be required by ACHD and also matches all of staff's, I should say UDC or development code requirements. They do not, Vicenza Way and San Vito Way are collector streets that do not currently connect north of the site. As you can see, there's noted as future road here. This applicant is not required to extend those roads because those roads do the future road network, which is shown on the master street map, is not located on this property. Vicenza Way currently only provides access to the Walmart property that has accesses to 10 Mile through some shared drive aisles, specifically on their north side, which would be this one here. That is relatively a straight shot out to 10 Mile. The San Vito Way is the main access point from McMillan to Bridge Tower subdivision, which is west of the subject site. Because of the existing conditions, the applicant depicts 2 access points to Vicenza and 1 access point to San Vito Way. Overall, these connection points and the internal drive aisles shown on the concept plan show adequate circulation for the site. And again, align with any future ACHD policies. I would like to note ACHD doesn't comment on MDAs, so that's why we have not received any ACHD comments. The 2 north access points, 1 to each adjacent collector street, provide a connection that should help capture nearby vehicle trips to and from the commercial area at the northwest corner of McMillan and 10 Mile by minimizing the need to access McMillan. And this is important because McMillan is relatively a strained corridor, meaning that it is not going to be widened specifically in this area as far as I'm aware, because of the existing irrigation facility on the south side, as well as the big power lines on the south side. And all those easements that encumber McMillan. With that being said, if we can capture vehicle trips from Bridge Tower and including future multifamily uses and commercial to access the commercial uses on 10 Mile or get to 10 Mile without using McMillan, that helps the overall traffic flow in the area. Because this is part of a mixed use area that is not yet developed and the site is already zoned for residential uses, staff does support the applicant's request to enter into a new DA consistent with this development plan. Staff does not anticipate the existing DA concept plan is attainable in its scope or its use as noted. Furthermore, staff finds that the required mixed use policies will be met in the future as commercial areas in the vicinity develop and provide connectivity between uses and sites. When I wrote my outline this morning, there was only one piece of public testimony, and that was from the previous owner and the existing owner to the north, who noted support of the application, which tells me that he'd probably more than willing to work with them on the driveway connection to San Vito, which is appreciated. Following that, I did receive copied on 2 other additional pieces of public testimony that cited pretty typical comments about multifamily, concern with traffic, school overcrowding, which is very, very apparent to all of us at this point, as well as some livability issues and wanting the buildings to be no more than 2 stories. I will say that with the requirements of open space, parking, and any of the other development criteria, I do not anticipate them getting 249 units, which would be the maximum allowed. Granted, as I noted before, a future conditional use permit will determine that. I added a specific condition or DA provision in my staff report that requires at least 25% qualified open space, which is probably more than what they would by code. And that is, again, to help mitigate some of the concerns of the unit count as 1, and 2, the livability of this area. I understand that the Bridge Tower folks and residents there are concerned about people utilizing their park space. I understand that came up in a previous application. If we can provide ample open space and amenities in this project, that should help minimize that tremendously. Part of that DA provision inclusion was from the applicant proposing 30% in their narrative, which was not specific to qualified or unqualified. I assume that if I made them do 30% qualified, they'd never be able to meet it, and we'd be back here again asking to modify that. So I did some calculations in my staff report. I won't get into that, but I think 25% is attainable and very livable for the community. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe, what mechanism does the city have for that property to the north that's already zoned and annexed to ensure that that connection that you reference?
You're talking the San Vito connection?
Correct.
In this DA, in the MDA, I have required that they work with that applicant to get that connection. With the adjacent property owner, I don't have anything in place. I guess technically we don't have a specific mechanism yet from his side of it. My understanding is I've met with Mr. McCollum multiple times, and we're probably going to start kicking the tires on this property to the north here soon. And at that point, when that redevelops or some new plan gets put into place, we will very likely be requiring this connection as well. I have very good faith that this applicant will work with that, and they do have a DA provision required to do that.
So the property to the north has a DA provision requiring it to?
No, this project will.
Okay, so what's the procedural mechanism? I mean, think of the worst case scenario. Is there some process or application that CC property to the north?
To require it, no, we do not have a procedural path. They will have to revise the staff report, or I should say the concept plan slightly to move that access point if they want another, which would require another access point to San Vito if they can't get that one for overall circulation and fire requirements. But we do not have a mechanism to require that other property owner to be a part of that, no. You're welcome.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Joe, I wanted to understand, so this is the overall original or existing DA. How many acres is that? Did you say it's 55?
I muted myself. Wow. Councilwoman Perot, I believe in total it's closer to 80 acres. I believe from my last project that I did on this site. The remaining area of commercial is give or take 55 because some of the zoning is right of way. So
I anticipate that, and that includes the Walmart property too. So I anticipate that all of the acreage that exists farther away from the arterials will not want to develop into commercial. So I guess I'm just, and I'll also ask this question to the applicant, but are we going to be looking at this entire 80 acres as the mixed use area? And are the different owners and applications going to have to meet the ratios required in the mixed use category? In other words, if they build residential here, is that going to limit the other property owners to the north from building residential as well, because they're not meeting the ratios for mixed use as a whole?
great question, Councilwoman Perot. First, the 80 acres, or I believe it's 76 to be specific, does not include the Walmart area. It's actually this 16.6 and then the remaining CC and LO and CG to the north. So exclude this little square here. I don't know what that acreage is, but the 80 or 77 is all this. Secondly, this property is already zoned R15, so they're already allowed technically to do some type of residential use. Our mixed use community does not have a minimum commercial ratio, which I have my own personal feelings about, but that's not one of the things in our comprehensive plan. It has a minimum residential component, which I believe is 40% in mixed use community. I anticipate that not all of that area will be commercial. Yes, I do anticipate that. The remaining area to the north, which will be another DA modification before you at some point. But this specific R15 area, it's already zoned for residential. So some residential use should go here because we're not dealing with the rezone tonight. It's just a matter of whether that's going to match this concept plan, which I just don't see feasible. Even if I took out the use, these look like some form of multifamily anyways. The reason why staff, myself and my supervisors have determined that a development agreement modification is required rather than just saying, hey, it's multifamily and multifamily, go ahead and do a CUP and move on, is because of the narrative that was part of that. So again, I've gone around and around with legal as well as the other property owner about why a DA mod is necessary. And I think we've threaded the needle appropriately in order to require that. But residential uses should go on this property.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, then is the applicant here like to come forward? You say your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 15 minutes.
Dustin Holt, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for your time this evening. Traveling quite a bit in what I do, I appreciate the time that it takes for you to serve your community, even though I'm not a member of your community. Alpha Development Group, just very quickly, is a joint venture between my company, DB Urban, and the Ball Ventures family, Ball family out of Idaho Falls that you're familiar with. We're extremely excited about this property. We're extremely excited about the opportunity of this property. I want to thank Joe and Mr. Parsons both for their time on this. I think Joe mentioned it. Initially, there was conversations about whether or not the DA modification was even necessary for us to go through this process. In our meeting with the neighbors, we actually learned and understood that they very much wanted it to be a part of that process. So this process for us has been ongoing for about 7 or 8 months. We started with initial conversations with Bill Parsons and the property owner. Mr. McCollum was a difficult property owner. He has a tremendous vision for this property, for this area. As you know, he put cobblestones down at Bridge Tower when others probably wouldn't have. So I appreciate that he sent a letter in support, and we have a wonderful communication. We went through a process with him. I'm going to call it an interviewing process. There were multiple groups that were vying for this property with him or from him. And in going through that process, I think we earned his trust and his respect, that we will bring forth a tremendous project to this community and to the greater community and to Bridge Tower itself. We acquired this property back in July. Shortly after that, and I don't know, oh, Joe, thank you. Mouse is squirrely. I take forever to click through here. You guys know where the property is, the Bridge Tower master plan. So we brought a concept plan to Joe and Bill in September. That's this plan here. We showed a couple of these different orientations of roadways and access points. They were quick to correct us on making certain that we hit several drive aisles. Again, we understand this is not part of the CUP or the design review process right now. We want to make certain everyone understands the intent of what we're trying to do, and we're willing to put this into our DA modification. So we showed this plan to planning staff. They had a handful of comments that we then took back, presented to the community, the neighborhood on October 25th. We presented this plan. Again, multiple points of ingress, egress on Vicenza as well as San Vito. You can see on the bottom of the screen here, some of those townhome units facing San Vito. From an urban planning perspective, we liked that. Our planners liked it, but admittedly, we were working in a little bit of a vacuum. So we got comments back from the neighbor or the neighborhood. At that meeting, we heard several things. So we heard, I'll actually click down here. So we heard that they did not want this community to be part of the Bridge Tower master plan community. They do not want our residents utilizing the amenities provided by the master plan. So part of the intent of this is to remove this community from that master plan and provide the amenities, as Joe's pointed out, on this site for residents of this community. So we started with that as a really big no-no that we heard from the neighborhood. Second, we heard that the fence along this southern or western property south on the screen, it's an fence that exists. They did not want units up against that fence. And so we oriented the units and changed the orientation on that western property line to be respectful of that. In addition, in working with fire, we needed a 26-foot fire separation road around here. And so we added that, which creates an even greater buffer along that western property. And then along McMillan, there were concerns about a 3-story under the zone and also inside of the mixed use. It permits up to a 40-foot height. That really in our world is 3 stories. But there were concerns about that 40 feet or 3 stories up against McMillan. And so we, as you can see in this image, agreed to move the amenities, the clubhouse, the leasing office, the coffee shop, cafe, some of that up along McMillan and move the building, the 3-story building a little bit further inland. We went through a couple of the pros and cons that we saw. So in updating this, it did provide less open space. This one got us down to about 30%. I know there's a qualified and an unqualified. For the record, if we're planning a 4,000 square foot area of sod with a bench and a spot for a dog waste basket, we'll do that even though the qualified needs it to be 5,000 square feet. So we'll either increase it to 5,000 or we'll do it anyway. But that's part of, in working with Joe, that's part of the qualified, non-qualified ratios where we're looking at compared to the city ordinance. But we showed the residents that in doing that, we lost overall space. We went from multiple clubhouse and multiple pool areas to one larger clubhouse, one larger fitness facility, pool facility. We turned our backs to some what we feel are basic urban design principles along San Vito. Traffic was a concern. We wanted units facing that as natural traffic calming measures. we understand the concern and we're okay with that concern. So we presented this concept plan on the 15th, and really with a slight confirmation or verification of the site boundaries. This is what is proposed to be part of the DA. So our DA modification, again, we want to remove ourselves from that existing DA modification, allow our open space and our amenities to service this portion of the community. We want to include this concept plan, and we're in agreement that we will develop substantially in compliance with this, or a plan as approved through the CUP and the design review. We understand that those are forthcoming steps in this process. I think that the last maybe comment for me to make is in discussion with fire, this road out to San Vito is not necessary from fire's perspective. From planner's perspective, and I agree with Joe from kind of planning 101, instead of forcing residents out onto McMillan and all the way back up and around and in through a loop, I think it is something that should be integrated. We have had conversations with Mr. McCollum about this. He is in favor of it. I'm confident, as Joe is, that we can work that out. We're willing to say that's a condition of our development agreement modification. That being said, we have submitted an initial traffic study to ACHD, and we're awaiting their formal approval, formal feedback. We are initially hearing that probably a ride-in and or not a ride-in, a decel and an acceleration lane along McMillan will be required. And then because it can only occur on the north side, it will be required to be on our property, which in the staff report, we have said that we would adhere to and make any mitigations required by ACHD. So we've read the staff report. We're in agreement with its findings, its recommendation, and respectfully this evening, we would request your approval as well. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any specific questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Oh, question, if you may, you'd indulge me. Well, appreciate you kind of providing some flavor in addition to staff's presentation. I guess my only question for you thus far is, has it always been envisioned for you and your team to do high density multifamily, or were there any other concepts that you guys tossed around before you landed on this?
No, not ours. So in our conversations with Mr. McCollum, multifamily, some type of medium and higher density transition from commercial to the west to the single family was something that was envisioned. I think that there was a conversation about some of the assisted living potential when the hotel or hospital was planned for being here. For us, residential is the product type that we do and we look at. We're in agreement that variety of product is something that is necessary. It's needed. Different housing stock for the area allows for a lot of variation as well, and that's something that we're comfortable with.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
I did want to clarify my point about residential uses should be here. I saw Mr. Cavanagh's face to that, and I recognize that the appropriate responses are appropriate here because of the existing zoning. Should or should not is subjective, and I'm not here to design anybody's project. I don't get paid enough. None of us do, and that's fine. That's just not our purview being a city planner. You know, I'm trying to help the development community as well as help the residents build a better Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Joe, for saying that. I appreciate your clarification on that. Mr. Holt, maybe an additional question while I've got you here. My assumption is that there aren't any plans to market this to a specific age demo. You're looking to attract anyone and everyone in Meridian that needs this type of a housing product.
Correct.
Thank you.
We do have plans through the flats as well as the townhomes to have everything from a studio to a 3-bed. So the townhome is a 3-bed, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage. And then the flats would be able to provide something of a smaller scale.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Clark, do we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I believe so. On the sign up, nobody marked they wanted to testify, so I will just call them because I think some intended to. First is Christian Jensen.
As your name is called, if you'd like to testify, please come forward and state your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. And if there's anybody online that'd like to provide testimony, please indicate in advance by using the raise your hand feature on Zoom.
Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Christian Jensen. I actually live on 3833 Daphne Street, so I'm in the first loop that as you enter Bridge Tower West. Out my backyard, I would look into this neighborhood. So I appreciate the changes that were made. I think the developer has been very open in conversation with us. I think the biggest concern that I would like to bring up is traffic. I don't see parking on here, and I know it was said that there's work to be done to figure out what that is. But the 2 access points to McMillan are pretty busy as it is. That is one of the only ways to get into Walmart from our way is on that street behind on the east side of this development. And it's quite busy as it is. There's also a lot of semis that park there as they're waiting. So I think that the traffic and congestion to put a facility like this in, I would like to suggest that a more substantial decision made on access to McMillan, or excuse me, to 10 Mile is made so that there is a more significant exit point to a bigger street, because I don't believe that McMillan is big enough to handle this. And the additional traffic through the neighborhood with all the kids running around, I think would be potentially dangerous. The other point that I would like to make, if I could, it was mentioned earlier by the councilwoman on the screen about the north piece of property. And I was a part of the Zoom call last January when we spoke about that. A different developer was trying to do work here, and they wanted to, a developer wanted to do housing on the north side. And this council made a very clear point that we are not changing the zoning there because we don't need more housing, we need more jobs, and we need to stop people from driving away from the neighborhoods to work. So I just want to remind the council of a pretty salient point that was made then, so that we don't create too much housing density on this property.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I remember that. I don't think it got to us. I think it was, I think he removed it before he got to us. I think that conversation happened at planning and zoning.
Yeah, you're right. I agree that it was moved. I just wanted to remind, because the question was asked, what if we put more housing there? And I think it was even said, and I would guess that we will. I just wanted to remind the council that you guys had decided that that was probably not something that we wanted to go forward with.
I think what plan and zoning is not a council though.
Pardon me?
Council never heard that conversation.
Oh,
It was the body below.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Okay, well,
fine.
I don't, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Question, Mr.
Councilman
Jensen. I want to make sure I understand your comment about access to 10 Mile. And so on this map, we'll use that. So are you saying a more robust connection to that northern part that goes on the north side of Walmart to be able to connect to?
Joe, I think is your name. Would you mind putting the map up that was the whole piece? I could point it out better to you
Okay,
there.
thank you.
It was the black and white where you were showing the 80 acres or the 72 acres. Apologize.
Oh, it's all right.
Okay, so you can see that the only road where the arrow is pointing, that's where about where the road is that goes from behind the Walmart out to McMillan. And the traffic on there, especially in seasons like right now, it's very congested. But I believe that 10 Mile is the best avenue to get traffic out of that development to the rest of Meridian. And if this would develop without having that secured, then we'd be relying on two very small roads to lead on to another small road, which is McMillan. And I believe that traffic congestion would be, if not very congested, potentially dangerous.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jensen. And what I'm wondering, they show in the other slide that we had up, coming through their development, it looked like you'd have to come through their development and connect into that road. But in the future, it looks like there's a future road that's marked. I guess for now, you talked about something more robust. Is that what you're talking about through their development,
The
or?
road through their development is of no consequence to me. It's their ability to get out of their development. So they've got 3 exits, which is fine. But the development, the exit on I guess it'd be the northwest side that comes into Bridge Tower West, that road is only 2 lanes. It's already pretty congested. There's lots of kids running up and down the street. And so to have the amount of occupants that would have cars using that as a thoroughfare out would be, I think, dangerous for the kids running around our neighborhood. And then for those that are just trying to exit to go to work, if everyone had to go through those 2 going south and to get on McMillan and get out, I don't think would be sufficient. So what I would say is to approve a concept plan like this, I would ask that whomever would require a more significant exit that goes to 10 Mile for the reasons I mentioned.
I see. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, on Zoom is Patricia B.
Do we have anybody else in the room who's?
We do. She's had her hand up since 6 o'clock, so it's switching back and forth.
All right.
Am I free to speak?
Yep. If you can state your name and address for the record.
My name is Patricia Fritchley, actually. Fritschle, and my address is 5524 North Botticelli Avenue in Meridian. I'm a resident of Bridge Tower West. I appreciate the changes that the developer of this has made, and as it's been stated, we are aware that this is going to be developed. However, everyone in this subdivision was believing it was going to be something else as opposed to what is being provided to us now. And when you look around this neighborhood and what is being developed, it is nothing but residential. And while I appreciate the fact that we are in a need for housing, I don't believe our area is in need for this kind of density. And I really don't believe that this development meshes with what our existing development is. And yeah, I'm just, when this was developed, this was discussed with us at one of the neighborhood meetings. It also was not open for anybody just to be able to qualify and rent. It was stated to us that it would be an extremely high-end project that would require people who are more of a transitional phase where they're building a home, coming here and renting while that house is being developed. And they had an expectation of maybe about 15 months, maybe a little bit longer with the townhomes. But it was not just an open 20 college students can rent one unit and have those additional cars to take up for their traffic and parking and community space. And that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
And council, any questions? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, these, I do not know if they wanted to testify, but I'll call them. Curtis Deb. Thank you, sir. John Wyckoff.
If you'd like to testify, just come, when your name is called, just come forward.
Name is John Wyckoff, 5099 North Bolsena Avenue. Just there's gone a lot of changes that have gone on in this place. I'd purchased a house next to a very wide open area, a house set back from my property. And yes, I knew there was going to be growth in this area. The last time there was nothing going on in there. Then the house gets wiped out. Find out it's been purchased by some company, which was nowhere near the name of what we're dealing with within the area right now. But then it became Bridge Tower West. I think what we're dealing with here is an expansion of this area that's going to go above and beyond what this is right now. We have water that is just non-existent sometimes in the summer, where we've been allocated only specific days on which to pull water from the system, and then only to find out that it doesn't work on the days that you're working. The person that's developed this property in this area is doing so at minimal cost to him in order to expand his budget. The HOA, my belief is, will continue so long as any property in that area has his name on it. Meaning 4 years I've been there, and we still don't have an HOA where I get to contribute to what that property area does. So I would hope that you'd consider, I know you want to have what's best for your city and helping it, but if it's not benefiting us and the people that are paying the property taxes in that area, it's a disservice to us, okay? I really like Meridian. I chose this of all the places in the United States to move to because at that time you were the number one city in the United States to go to. But yet what I'm seeing right now is you're crowding. Oh, and also it was reminded me a lot of Irvine, where I'd lived near. They did a fantastic job down there. I kind of pictured it doing the same thing, especially when you had areas that were using Irvine locations, those subdivisions. So that's really, be cautious because the water is being restricted now. Couple that with the last meeting, they were talking about cutting into the park. When a person has an HOA control, they can do a lot of stuff that the owners in that area really don't want to have happen because they get to control the HOA. That's really, there's going to be expansion within this area. I understand it. I'm not that naive.
Council, any questions?
Mayor, Mr.
Councilman Hoagland.
I want to make sure I understand, because I think I heard staff say if the DA is modified, development agreement, that they would not be part of the Bridge Tower West subdivision. So they would be excluded, and then your subdivision then would have, control over your particular areas. There wouldn't be sharing of any parks or playgrounds or what have you. That's what you would like to see? I kind of hear that happening, but when Mike controls the HOA and he's selling supposedly to Ball Ventures, which is, I know, a very good company, but I sense there's a lot of control there still, even with what's going to be happening. And so that really concerns me as a resident of that area. So, he gets to control the HOA. If you want to sell off a piece of property to somebody or can take some, you can do that. It's an LLC. So not a whole lot there. Mr. Mayor, one last question. So you would like to make sure there is a clean break between that development and your subdivision? Definitely would want that at least as a minimum. Okay. And then, water expand, we're just really, you'll probably hear it from other people, but that HOA, I love the area. I bought in that area. A lot of areas I could have chosen from. I wanted to go there just because of the streets, the park, the pool. But I didn't know that that pool was going to be a service for 500 houses in the area. Everybody stands up in the pool because you can't swim in a summertime. Literally, and you're getting hit by kids jumping in when you're into there. So, I would ask that you think of the citizens
of the city of Meridian and the residents of that HOA before you'd really do anything to just say, let's expand and go with it and help it. I understand you got to put in those sort of buildings. It's the law now. You can't just not have it because you don't want. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, Robin Moore. Okay, and then Eric Waite.
Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a homeowner in Bridge Tower West. My concerns are not personal.
Can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Eric Waite, W-A-I-T-E. My concerns are not personal. My concerns are truly about traffic. I believe that the project that's proposed to us tonight should be denied until the developer finds a way to expand the entrance from 10 Mile McMillan to 5 lanes, dedicating 1 lane only to turn into Walmart where the heavy traffic goes, allowing 2 lanes going each way to make it easy access for emergency vehicles. If they have to pull over, there would be room to do that. I propose that 5 lanes should end at the terminate, at the entrance point. It would be the north end, no, the east end, I'm sorry. I'm backwards. Sorry about that. Going down McMillan, it would be the entrance going into the right. 5 lanes down to that point, and then reduced to 4 lanes minimum to San Vito. And I think that the development that's coming in that is west of McMillan, the whole western part of Meridian is developing like crazy. We all see it everywhere we go. And I think that the developer needs to help us plan for future, for the expansion of the traffic that's going to happen. With this proposed 249 units, there will be at least 500 cars added to our traffic pattern that's already there. And there may be even more than that, as some families might have 3 cars or what have you. But in any event, there is no way for an emergency vehicle to access McMillan Road going west with 1 lane going in and 1 lane for turning to Walmart. So other than that, I think the developer can find ways to pass that cost on, either through tax assessments or through added percentage of the rent dedicated to the cost of that road expansion. And that's my feeling. The project should be denied.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Chris Williams.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. State your name and address for the record, please.
Chris Williams, 4476 North Girasolo Avenue, Meridian 83646.
Hold on 1 second, Chris. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you need me to restate my address or are we good?
Nope, we got it. We're just trying to make sure the buzzer wasn't going to go off on your testimony.
No worries. I don't think I'll take all 2 minutes. Number one, I am against this proposed development for a few different reasons. I am in the Bridge Tower West community, and believe it or not, I'm not actually as close as some of these residents are. It's not in my backyard. It's not in my front yard. I am over on the south side of McMillan, so I'm further away from it. However, with children that are in school, there's a few concerns that I have. Number one, at the beginning, staff reported, that there wasn't very much public comment, which kind of surprised me based upon some of the conversations we've had locally with the Bridge Tower West residents here. But the brand new elementary school in Bridge Tower West, we're in its 2nd year and it's already almost at capacity. And we want to go ahead and add in all this extra housing, right there. Traffic. I'm not going to beat that up. We're aware of that. Again, staff and council, well, I shouldn't say you guys tonight, but in the past we've heard we're aware that that's an issue. Great. If we're aware that it's an issue, why are we continuing to recommend expanding and not doing something about these issues and then talking about growth. So I would ask that, the council members, consider that before considering approval. Parking. Again, I know earlier staff said I was listening, that parking, shouldn't be an issue. That's a lot of units. And I know they think they won't get that many units, but that is a concern. Sometimes some of that stuff overflows. And again, it's not going to affect me. My house is further away, but I like our community and I don't want it to, traffic to overflow out on the main streets. Next concern that I do have is that apartments, we say, hey, we need housing. And I agree, we do need housing. We know Meridian, the growth that we have. But looking around at some of the recent apartment developments and rentals in the area, but particular apartment developments, there's actually quite a bit of vacancy available. The apartments aren't busting at the seams. Earlier today, I called around to just a few in this area just to make sure my data was correct and still current. There's quite a bit of availability. So I don't really think that we need that. I don't mind having a neighborhood there, but I don't think that we need that high density growth there. Again, you look around the area, it's single family homes. It's not townhomes. It's not condos. It's not apartments. So, I just ask for smart growth. And lastly, I just want to wrap this up by saying that, again, with the meetings that we've had kind of local in our area amongst the residents here, there has been a lot of concerns. Unfortunately, the fact that we're doing this meeting 3-4 days before Christmas did affect a lot of people from showing up and commenting, even though they could have done it ahead of time. And I understand that, but a lot of people that I talk to, they're not even aware that they can call or send in an email with their comments. So those, again, I just ask you to either consider a redesign, have the developer consider a redesign, or deny it altogether for now and come back with a better plan.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Mayor, next is Dan Buffham.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. You state your name and address for the record.
Yep, my name is Dan Buffham. I live at 3554 West Balducci Street, and that's here in Meridian, the Bridge Tower West neighborhood. My home is actually on the corner. It's a Keystone lot that is the northwest or northeast actually corner of that across the street. My first concern is to reiterate traffic. I have cameras in my backyard and I record accidents at that intersection at least, if not weekly, every other week, by whether people turning around out of Walmart or the big rigs coming out of there, being parking in there. I don't care how you slice it. There just does not look like enough, parking for the density of that neighborhood that they're putting in. And if it's not clear, I fundamentally oppose to this, as well as, even, separating it from a Bridge Tower community. One half of me says, or the HOA is that's a loss of revenue and control of what goes on over there, and whether they're using our resources of the 4 parks that were supposed to be here, of which we only have 2. There's no way to expand McMillan. You can't make it into a 4-lane. You can't do anything about it. You could put a merge lane in there, but that recesses back this development. But it's still not going to happen. Then, if they put a stoplight, well, then now I got to stoplight my, my third of an acre, almost $1 million home. The density is really what gets me going here, because the developer, the owner of the developer of Bridge Tower West already wants to put tons of smaller built homes that was denied, as the first gentleman that was speaking talked about, my first neighbor there. They want to put smaller homes, barely 1,400 square feet. And that was what I was told the absolute minimum this place is going to be. They're on top of each other. That was denied. Doesn't mean they're not coming back and they're going to try and do the same thing. From there, you got water problems. I want to reiterate what the other gentleman said, that we got notices from our HOA that we're only allowed to water our lawns. The second year in a row, third year in a row, I've lived here for almost 3 years now, every summer, every other day at a specific time, and all that. And, you know, even if these guys are on a separate water resource, the water's got to come from someplace. And we clearly do not have it today. You know, brown lawns, you know, in my home. And yes, we're in a drought, but not that much of a drought. So the water wasn't planned well here at all. And then
Mr.
you
Buffer,
got,
if you can please wrap up your comments.
Yep. Just that's it. And the other thing is they were telling us they were higher end apartments and townhomes. I just don't see it, even though I like the improvement they've done. I just don't think it's what we need here. They're already building on the north side of us, and the, you know, and now they're going to do the west side of it. And for where are you going to put the people? Where are you going to put the cars? Where the kids going to go to school? And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, next is Janice.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to thank you very much for listening to us. Some of the main concerns that a lot of this has, my
Janice,
name,
if you
Janice Borchard, Borchard.
And your address,
5466
Janice?
5466 North Botticelli, Meridian 83646.
Thank you.
So some of the concerns, Brad and Dustin, the two gentlemen from Alpha that have made the presentation, have really been very good about listening to our concerns, turning the building so we don't have 3 stories, looking, you know, into our, you know, backyard, so to speak. The main concern really truly is traffic, because we've been paying attention to the fact that McMillan is not going to get widened, but everything to the west of us is high density. You have apartments, R15, you have Prescott Ridge, the hospital with all the high density around that, dumping down onto McMillan. You have that Jamestown or James Place, whatever, senior community going in at the corner of Black Cat and McMillan, and other R15 going in on that corner. McMillan right now is virtually impossible to get out onto that. And the road to the north of Walmart, I would encourage you guys to take a look at that, because that's really just a service road. That is where the semis go. And the reason why I'm familiar with that is I go out of Bridge Tower West, and the southern road to go into Walmart is blocked because they have done an expansion to the south. So you can only go into the Walmart subdivision on the north side. Well, that's already really impacted, and it's barely a 2-lane, very narrow road with a divider down the middle. So I would really, really encourage, if you're expecting, you know, 200, 300, 400 cars to exit onto 10 Mile via this road, it's already extremely impacted with the traffic just coming into that retail complex there on the corner. So I really would like you to take, you know, please think about that as far as improvements made there. And I don't know if this is kind of part 2. Our concern, a lot of people's concern, is the elevation, and I don't know if that will be addressed at another meeting, but some of the initial pictures that we saw were for some of the apartments that we're seeing down on Franklin, or in a more urban business industrial area. And we would like to see something that is a little more of the modern farmhouse, or goes and is not a white square cube. And I did address that with the guys, and I don't know how they're gonna, you know, come back with this. And we would like to see along San Vito, perhaps some more trees, a little bit more of a you know, evergreen buffer. So these are the things that the people in the neighborhood, we all knew it was R15 when we moved in here. And we just really appreciate, again, Brad and Dustin working with us on making this the nicest, most complimentary complex. And thank you for listening to us about the traffic.
Thank you, Janice. Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was all that signed up.
If there's anybody else in the room that would like to provide testimony on this item, you'd like to come forward at this time to do so, or anybody else online that would like to provide testimony, use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one else, the applicant can come forward for final remarks. Be recognized for 10 minutes.
Unless you guys have a lot of questions for me, I won't take 10 minutes. I certainly appreciate neighbors coming out. I appreciate that their passion for the neighborhood. I have appreciated that they've come to 2 or 3 different meetings in person and virtually with us. I think you heard from Janice at least and a couple others that we have responded to what I think are actionable items. We look at items that we have control over. Some of those actionable items, open space, the exterior cladding, materiality, some of that. We certainly know that that's a next step in this process, going through the CUP and the design review and working through those. Parking is something that you heard multiple times. The site plan isn't up here. Under the larger buildings, the first floor is parking. What you don't see in some of the surface area is because it's carports to comply with your zoning ordinance requirement for covered parking. And then, as I mentioned, all of the townhomes themselves have garages on a first floor as well. So we've been through the code, we've been through the ordinance. Preliminarily, we are in excess of the parking required for this ordinance. But again, recognizing that will ebb and flow a little bit as we finalize the site plan. The very first gentleman, Mr. Jensen, I think specifically mentioned a rezone request, which was a down zone, which I talked ad nauseum with Mr. McCollum about. And that was an attempt at taking advantage of a very hot market and changing to residential and down zoning property from commercial and other uses to a different use. As I think you've heard from Joe and myself, this is a use that is inside of the current R15 zone, and it's a use that's inside of the current master plan anticipation. So as far as the mixed use component, mix of commercial, residential, restaurant, hopefully medical office and other things that will come to the north. I think traffic, as you heard, was the biggest one. This plan with the 250 units, with the anticipated demographics of those users has been shared in a memo to ACHD. We're awaiting ACHD's formal review and approval. And again, recognize and as part of the DA modification, will adhere to any mitigating measures. I hope it's not 5 lanes through Walmart, but we'll adhere to mitigating measures that ACHD has in association with this project. At a minimum, like I said, we're hearing it's probably an acceleration lane and a deceleration lane on the north side of McMillan on our property that we would be not only responsible to give the property right away, but also make those improvements. And that's something that we're willing to do. So sincerely appreciate your time this evening. We, again, have read staff's report, the conditions, their recommendation, and would respectfully request your approval this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Holt, don't expect you to watch city council meetings on a weekly basis here in Meridian. But last week, council had as a single family residential application before us that would have had students that have attended the same schools that the project that you've brought before us would also send. And council really wrestled with that project because of the amount of students that would go to the area schools. And council didn't make a decision. We've continued it for a few weeks. But I guess the question exists last week that kind of exists this week is, how does your project help to enhance or support our need for school space for our students in Meridian? I'm struggling with that particular piece, and obviously a senior or an age-focused community, which was kind of previously presented, I think helps towards that. And I'm struggling to find the nexus about how this also helps.
Sure, and I appreciate that, council member. So a couple things. As far as direct implication, accommodating a school or trailers, obviously we can't do on the site. So a couple others. Generally, inside of our demographic, we're 1.7 residents per unit. So if you were to compare this to 50 or 60, and we had this conversation in the neighborhood in the neighborhood meeting. If you were to compare this to 50, 60, 70 single-family homes right now that are running 3.2 to 3.5 with 1 and 1.2 to 1.5 of those being children, we're generally half of that. So our direct impact to schools is directly, roughly half of what a single-family home would be of a proportionate size and scale. Second, just overall timing. So that's one thing that we talk through. For us to go through and make this, $60, $65 million investment, we understand we've got multiple months and multiple steps and phases ahead of us. So finishing the CUP, finishing the design review process, then actually finalizing construction drawings. I would love to tell you that I will break ground a year from now. I think that is unrealistic. I think it's a year to 15 months from now, depending on how much snow you do or don't get in winter of 22. It's probably spring of 2023. This is a 2-year, 22-month construction duration. So one of the things that I'm looking at is I'm 2.5, 3 years out from now before I put an individual in that school, occupying a home and putting an individual in that school. Secondarily, with that 1.7 residents, if there's a child, we tend to be on the younger age, and many of them are pre-K or younger or kindergarten and first grade. So as we've looked at what kindergarten, first and second grade occupancies are right now, by the time they move up, there would be capacity in the school. What I don't know is everything else that is planned or could come in to fill into that school. But those are a couple of points that we've absolutely looked at and that we unfortunately address all the time with what we do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
to dovetail on that, though, you would agree that this use might be less intense in generating students than single-family residential, but it's more intense than what's originally in the concept plan with assisted living and a senior community.
So the assisted living piece is a building out on the corner. I've not seen any senior housing component as part of that master plan.
And you can describe, or maybe Joe can describe that, the existing concept plan for the parcels within this project area?
Right.
They look like little pods.
Right, Councilman Borton, and maybe you don't understand what he's referring to, the DA, not the overall master plan of the area, but on the east side of 10 Mile, there is a 55 and older community that was approved and still not under construction for some reason, but that's there, but assisted living, not in this area, but intensity, yes, this would be more intense than an assisted living community. But again, I don't know how viable that is. It's not my purview, but I do understand the analysis that's been provided by the applicant as well as the previous property owner.
Councilmember Borton, you're correct. On the hard corner of this 16 acres in the current DA, it was anticipated that there could be an assisted living facility. All the pods behind it are, according to Mr. McCollum, are multifamily, either high or medium density uses. So recognizing that the assisted living facility is really something that should be adjacent to a hospital or in close proximity to a hospital, that is not something that we believe. So otherwise, and I think that's part of the reason Mr. McCollum sent his letter in support. We're doing something that with the exception of the assisted living building, big building on the corner, we're doing something that was anticipated as part of this greater 80-acre mixed use.
And maybe some of the disconnect was what's depicted here in the existing concept plan in those pods. There's no connection to that being a senior community housing adjacent to this assisted facility. Those were regular multifamily
Councilman Borton,
fourplexes.
It's difficult to say. I had to go back and read the narrative from 2008 in order to find that, and which it's a mess because this is very difficult to decipher all the different moving pieces that have come through these applications. When Summerwood subdivision had this DA and did the DA modification in 2019, there was the Bridge Tower developer and owner, Mr. McCullen, did not have any necessary plan for this area. So he agreed that, hey, we'll just carry over this site plan from 2008. This one right here that's in the existing DA, but was not what he anticipated to do. He just said, we require a concept plan when we do DA mods and comp plan map amendments. So we carried it over at that time. That narrative about the assisted living and some senior housing or any kind of multifamily was kind of in there and kind of not. And that, again, this is why it's been difficult to get this through as a DA modification, because I can understand the applicant's perspective of pushing back and saying that this is not specifically written in the 2019 DA. And I can understand that perspective, but because this concept plan is there, we tied it back to the 2008 narrative that did describe this area with assisted living on the corner, which why that lake is there, in addition to some form of multifamily, potentially senior housing, that area. There's like 2 sentences in the DA or the 2008 narrative that talks about this. So that's where this all is based from and what has caused a lot of this hoopla.
Okay, thank you for that, Joe. Mr. Mayor.
That's my board.
That's the reason for the question, was just trying to understand, is the change in this DA application going to provide a more intense residential use than otherwise originally required or intended? So was it originally in 08 to be a less intense, perhaps senior component community adjacent to assisted living or not? And it sounds like perhaps maybe not as much.
In 08, I can't speak to it. The 2019 modification is clear that it's mixed use and it's the R15 residential zone and nothing specific to a specific use, specific product type. I think that's where our conversations with Mike are. This 80 acres that you're seeing on the screen here is intended to have a variety of mixes, a variety of uses with a range of residential product, commercial, retail, and otherwise.
I'm just talking about in the red box in the window. That's the.
Sure. I don't, in 2008, yes, I think there was a plan that this was assisted living and a different housing product when the hospital was planned to be there. Completely different use, completely different. 2019, that modification changes it just to underlying R15 zone, and it amends with not a defined plan. The narrative about assisted living and other product types is not part of that narrative, as I understand it from Mike.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Just for clarification, are we modifying a 2008 development agreement or a 2019 development agreement?
Technically a 2019 development agreement.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Joe, regarding traffic in the expansion of McMillan. I've heard lots of things, right turn lane, acceleration lane. What is the plan for McMillan west of 10 Mile? In that first half mile, are there going to be turn lanes? Are they going to be 4 lanes, 5 lanes? What is their future plan by ACHD?
Great question, Councilman Hoagland. I'm glad you brought up the transportation side of it. I just looked on their integrated 5-year work plan. They don't have anything noted for McMillan. Not even labeled as future. Again, I believe that's because of the constrained nature of it with the irrigation facility on the south side, especially in this first half mile from McMillan West to about that Jamestown Ranch project. However, in the previous application that went before P&Z, without this residential, just the addition of potential residential on the north side and those rezones, they were going to require, I believe it was on San Vito, a right-hand turn lane westbound and an eastbound left-hand turn lane on McMillan. I would assume that at least that will be required with the future TIS, as well as something on Vicenza Way as well. More so at this point, because 2 access points are going on Vicenza, probably more on Vicenza than San Vito. ACHD could require additional widening for McMillan in front of this property. I don't know their purview on what they could require offsite. I would anticipate not much. And then in terms of access to 10 Mile, again, we cannot require that they do offsite improvements, especially on Walmart's property for that connection to 10 Mile. I do believe that people would utilize, I mean, I would, if I lived in Bridge Tower, I would definitely cut through this site to get to Walmart and not go to McMillan because it is difficult. I understand that. So I did analyze that in my report as well, that this layout should capture some of those trips. But in terms of integrated 5-year work plan, I do not anticipate ACHD widening McMillan.
Mr. Mayor, Christy Enselman is online with her hand up.
Well, why don't we go to ACHD and hear from them? Christy, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you. Yeah, so with regards to McMillan Road, so in this, both in the CIP and in the master street map that we develop in coordination with the cities, McMillan will be restricted to a 3-lane roadway in the future, unless that changes with the city. But that's currently the extent of what that roadway would become. Staff is correct that there can be some on-site mitigations that would be required. Obviously, a future development application and for full review by our staff would vet out what improvements potentially could be. But likely it's just, we cannot require the offsite improvement with regards to going through the Walmart site, because that's a separate development that's already been completed. So we don't have the authority to require those offsite improvements like that. We can ask sometimes and the city can ask, but we can't require those. Yeah, and so if he's talked to ACHD, likely there is potentially some, maybe a right turn lane in, or a decel lane and acceleration lane. But yes, future McMillan is 3 lanes as identified in the master street map.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Christie, this is Councilman Hoagland. Thank you for that explanation. In the future land use map that we're looking at right now, that's on the screen, I hope you can see it. It looks like there's planned a residential collector that says new going north of San Vito Way, and then coming and connecting into 10 Mile. And oftentimes those collectors, I'm trying to recall, would that be a light there at that half-mile point? Although there's a light farther down at the Costco intersection, but is that kind of a future plan that actually to access 10 Mile might be the best way instead of going out McMillan? But of course, we don't know how long that takes to have that property developed.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, thank you for the question. So yes, I do see that. We do have future plans for the collector roadway to continue north and at some point connect over to 10 Mile Road. Whether that connection would be signalized or not, that's a lot of what a traffic impact study would dictate as to whether there would be a need. We typically on our arterial roadway systems, we do have mid-mile collectors if the volume dictates the need for one of those. And I think it's hard to tell on the map. That may be around the point where it would be a mid-mile collector. So it's likely that we would have one there, given the constraints to McMillan. But again, that's a future that's a future answer. I hope that answers.
Yeah.
A non-answer.
Mayor Christie, I understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council, any additional
Mayor.
questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Is that, Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I do have a question for the applicant. So was there consideration made of putting in townhomes, duplexes, so a little lower density, still obviously denser than single family, but did you analyze that at all in terms of your cost to construct and your return on your investment?
Councilwoman Pro, thank you. We did not. And that's something that we can look at. So part of the reason that we did not is in our initial meeting with Mr. Parsons and Mr. Dodson, we looked at a variety of a need for a variety of housing stock opportunities. So variety of product, variety of range of unit size to hit a variety of price points and to accommodate a variety of individuals. But I think to Joe's point, finalizing again, we've read the report. We are in agreement with the report. We're willing to accept the report. And with that is the 25%, which I think is 10% over the current zoning requirement, if my memory is right, on open space. So to Joe or Mr. Dodson's point, I think that there will be some further refinement. It will probably require introduction of some more product type. We looked at it from an urban scale, right? So not only intensity, but density. What is the most dense use? It's Walmart today and over the next 5 days. And then it's Walmart in any other given period of time frame. So that intensity and that density or intensity on the corner and then fanning out. And what is the lowest density is the single family that's directly to the west of us. So for us, it's looking at urban planning and looking at the intensity and the density from that intersection and then fanning outward. And so a 3-story flat product is more intense and more dense than a townhome product blended across this site. That's where we end up with the 15 units to the acre.
Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Within the development itself, you're wanting to provide, or the mixed use concept is to provide a variety of housing in addition to providing a variety for that entire area geographically. I would argue that, and I understand the R15, I understand the future land use map. I would argue though that we actually really have a shortage of townhome type of products in this area. And in Meridian in general, we have approved a lot of multifamily 3-story projects in the last couple of years, a lot. But we really don't have a lot of that in between type of housing product, not for purchase and not for rent. And there is a huge demand for it. And so I'm just, that's the reason I'm asking about whether you actually analyze that or not. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And Dan Paralek calls that the missing middle. And I think you're exactly right. And so for us, making certain that we're providing a product that does hit that missing middle was something we absolutely wanted to do and then hit that cross width. So with approval, I'd take that with Joe and go back and assess what that can look like and how it could look.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one more question.
Councilman Pro.
I'm sorry. Just looking at this concept plan, I realize that will come back. You know, this isn't the final plan. This is just a concept plan. It does get tied to the DA, but I want to understand where the parking is on the apartment buildings. Is it on the bottom floor? I'm seeing a small amount of parking around the tennis courts.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Right there. So under every one of the buildings on the first floor is parking, and then you're seeing surface parking around some of the amenity space, and then the white is carport. And we're exploring a variety of solar and other things, but all of that is carport, and then surface parking. And then again, the townhomes have a garage on the first level.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions, comments for the applicant at this time? Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
I think we can go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm just going to make a motion to close the public hearing on R15, or excuse me, H 2021-0094.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Hopefully we don't reopen it, but this one might not necessitate reopening it. For discussion, I thought that question that the applicant and Joe helped answer provide a little more clarity, I guess, to the record, which wasn't crystal clear. But it's an R15 zone property, right? It's already entitled for some residential uses. It's just kind of the method and manner we're going to provide residential uses here. I think the explanation was sound. I think staff did a good job in vetting the application and the applicant working with the neighbors to try and create some harmony with those uses, and the way that's been done, I'm supportive of. I think it's been well done and well explained. So I'll be in favor of this application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I land on kind of the opposite side of the coin. This request before us, to me, all somewhat in line with, a change of at least the intensity of the use. The amount of students generated from this project is, I think, one less than what the Aviator Springs project last week generated. I see the nexus between the two, so I'm not in favor of the request before us tonight. Tried to kind of walk through to find a less intense use to maybe give me some comfort around it. The fact of the matter is the previous, well, again, from 2008 project associated with this piece of dirt wouldn't have generated a lot of student impact, and this one will. And I'm sensitive to the impact on the area schools, and don't see an immediate need to support this request tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
This is a tough one because, the applicant's technically within, trying to work within the R15 designation. And I'd have to say I'm leaning more towards agreeing with Councilman Kavner. I think that, the DA from so long ago, and I thought I heard Joe say that the concept plan that he's been showing on the screen is from 2019, but that may be incorrect. So much has changed, even just in the last 2 years. And I just have a lot of concern actually about putting residential in this location in general, because I think that the residential will likely build out to the north of this. And I'm really hesitant to not leave this area open for a non-residential use. And I know that right now that's not currently how we have it. Our mixed use classification is not that specific. But we've had several discussions over the last few years about critical space on our arterials for non-residential uses near important corners. And in my opinion, this is one of those. And I feel like that there would be, now I understand that this property's been sitting for a long time. However, it's been sitting with the current DA that shows a residential use. And if there was a DA modification proposed that showed a non-residential use, I don't know how that would change whether or not there would be, tenants for this property. But I just am not in favor of residential here in this location. I'd like to see it farther up north. And I know that has nothing to do with this applicant, but as far as the DA modification goes, I'm not in favor of changing it perhaps residential if it was a lower density, but in general, I don't see that being a great location for this corner. And I am welcome. I mean, I'm open to any thoughts that might be shared or any other information that could be shared with me that might, cause me to think differently about it. But that's where I'm at this moment.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just a titch of context. For me, the unique feature is that it is entitled property. And if this application didn't come forward, the applicant could build multifamily there tomorrow and it's not encumbered as senior only. So I think it already has, for better or for worse, the potential impact on schools. So that was a different characteristic, which made me comfortable proceeding today. So it's entitled property.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Councilman Morton brings up a very critical point, I think, is the fact that this use is already allowed within this zoning. And it's just a matter of the type of density. You'd have some sort of commercial entity over here, whether it's assisted living or what have you, and maybe there'd be less residential units, which I understand. The conundrum I'm trying to unwind is the fact that McMillan is not going to be widened. And there are entitlements to the west of this property, as we know, going out to Fields District, that is going to send traffic down McMillan. And it's going to make it worse. And there's nothing we can do about it. Those were decisions made long ago. So to me, if we allow this use to come in, they're providing some access here north of Walmart to allow a relief to get to 10 Mile. And eventually, as this develops, commercial follows rooftops, having that road exit out to 10 Mile farther down and hopefully have a signal to that to allow that access. So that's what I'm weighing here, is the fact that development will help push that road to be done sooner and allow West Bridge Tower to not have to use McMillan, but come out what we call a back way. But where I live, not that far away from here, we do that. We take the back roads and try to get out a little closer to where we want to go, going in the right direction or get to a signal. So that's just the way it is now. So that's, I think that helps start a solution for the traffic woes that will exist on McMillan. Sounds like forever. Sounds like the applicant will have to mitigate exit and entrance on their property, which is certainly doable and necessary. And as Councilman Borton, this is entitled property, so we're affecting very little of it that we would have control over, that would impact schools and certainly traffic. So I'm inclined to support this and hopefully allowing mitigation of traffic by alternate uses of the property. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
a question for Councilman Hoagland. So if I'm looking at this concept plan correctly, this only allows residents of Bridge Tower West to access the Walmart area and off to 10 Mile. If this little section that's not on the current property in question is connected, and we don't have any idea when or if that will happen in the near future.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pearl, yeah, that's correct. That is something that we're going to have to work out and make sure there's that access point there. So, and I think it was Mr. Jensen, I can't recall now, when I questioned him and he wanted that access point to the east bigger to make sure that that was allowed, if I understood him correctly. But, and that's part of the site too. If people want to use that, that's going to be yeah. Right, down here, down to the northwest corner, we have to make sure where it's in the red triangle that easement is allowed, because I assume that's what it would be. And then I think going to the east, the exit to the Walmart, that would be larger. But that draws traffic through their development. which is something that I think you have to look at the design and in a CUP and say, do we do something a little different? Or does a developer come along and do a connection out here? I don't know what that plan is. We can't force them to do something that's not on their property. But I think we have to help, if this goes in, there has to be some mitigation for that traffic load there on McMillan, which is just going to get worse.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
In response to that, I'm not overly concerned with them having an access point to San Vito because we will require that. Where that placement is kind of more the question. We originally, if I had my planning way, they'd have another connection to San Vito in line with the other connection on the west side. But in response to the residents, the applicant removed that. I understand those concerns. I understand that. But some connection to San Vito needs to occur for overall traffic flow, as well as the issue specifically discussed of getting to Walmart and then 10 mile through another avenue. If they need to modify the site plan, if by some reason McCollum doesn't let this happen, they'll just have to meet offset requirements and have another connection, probably near the northwest corner of the site still, and they'll just adjust the driveway. I do not anticipate why they would not want a connection to San Vito. So I don't have a specific DA provision that says they shall connect to San Vito in some way, but it does discuss that they will make this connection happen and work with the adjacent property owner. So if the council is in your purview to say, if that doesn't happen, that period, a connection will happen to San Vito, you're more than welcome to add that. And then generally in response to the density, I do agree with what Mr. Borton has said with, I wouldn't say they're entitled to do multifamily so much as saying they can do a conditional use permit, yes. And if they match the site plan better, then they could still do that at 15 units to the acre without, they could propose it at 15 units to the acre per the future land use designation. So would it be this site plan? No. If it fit the other one, that'd be a little wonky with the way they have it designed, but technically they could. So that's again why it's more of the nexus of why staff has supported the development agreement modification as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I guess it's my turn. Get ready. So
You're abstaining and leaving it up to me?
I don't know. It's early. Just relax. It's early. So I agree with Councilman Borton and other fellow council members this evening. Each has information and has discussed, opinions that I agree with and some I don't agree with. But at the end of the day, this property is entitled. It's going to be R15 unless the developer wants to, propose a different development agreement to make this into a curling facility or a pickleball court or a huge trout pond with huge brown trout. Other than that, it's going to be R15. So all kidding aside, I think that, that there's been a lot of thought involved with it from making, the transition from commercial from Walmart over, westward to the residential subdivision. I like the layout. The only issue is the density for me. Being very familiar with this area, it's just a bad spot. And I know what's going to happen. I just wish it was less dense. Councilwoman Perot mentioned earlier about townhomes, and I've said this a million times. The last thing you want is council members, designing this project on the dais. I'm not certainly going to do that. Maybe giving direction, maybe a little bit. But I lean not being in favor, maybe opening up the public hearing and maybe continuing this so you can work on the density. This evening, I probably, as proposed, I probably wouldn't be in favor. I wish it to be less dense. Just there's so much going on in this area of our town. Directly to the east, there's a really big multi-use, apartment complex. It's really big. There's other entitled properties that's going to be multi-use that's nearby. I can understand why the residents are unhappy with what with the traffic issues that are occurring in this area. So that's where I stand at the moment.
Mr. Mayor.
That's 2 weeks in a row, Mayor, that I've made a joke about a trout.
Yes. a ways away from fishing season. Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilman Burnt's thought process on this, and I would be comfortable with the public hearing opening again and allowing the applicant additional time to adjust the density. I can live with that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
Honestly, the question is, we just need to decide right now whether this is going to be continued or whether it's the purview of this council to make a motion right now and to decide what we want to do with it. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear what fellow council members have to say about that.
Yeah, well, I'll entertain two motions.
Mr. Mayor?
No,
it's Joe.
Yes, Joe?
I can't make a motion, but.
I know you can't. That's why.
Yep.
I was going towards two motions from council.
Fair.
I didn't even make my comments, but go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to, I've heard density a lot and I completely understand schools, transportation, got it. 100% planning perspective, completely get that. And personal perspective of the residents, understand. Council's purview is to limit, you can add a DA provision that limits the density. I understand the issue because I have the same issue from when I write these DA provisions of what is the number? What is the appropriate number? 170, I don't know, just random numbers don't make sense. I get that, but you do have the purview to limit density based upon the existing uses, both to the east and to the west. Perhaps it's a specific dwelling unit per acre range that they can work with. We have done this on other projects. That way it gives staff and the applicant flexibility in that. I'm assuming they would prefer that over a denial, obviously. Continuance, understood, you still see that. I assume that it would be a very same site plan, just now some of the buildings are 2-story or they have less of the internal apartments and maybe more townhomes. I don't know exactly, but if that's what council determines that they want, perhaps that mitigates the need for a continuance, unless that's your purview. I just wanted to remind you that you have the power to limit the density.
And that's the question I was going to ask council, essentially, is what's the process for this property to develop is either CUP or a DA. Which one does the council feel is most appropriate for where this is in the process to affect the potential development of this parcel? And unfortunately, McMillan is never, it's not going to be, it's going to be the last road in Meridian that is probably ever widened or improved because of the extreme cost to do so. So CUP would probably slow the process down beyond the 3 years we talked about because they'd have to run that through. But what project are you going to get through that process? And
Mr. Mayor,
you'd want.
they will still have to do a CUP regardless of this DA mod. It's just, you can
take that back then.
Help dictate the density and the potential impacts that could have. Absolutely.
Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Joe, I really appreciate you pointing that out. I would be a lot more comfortable seeing the concept plan that they put together after they make their changes, since it's going to get attached to the DA. I mean, is there going to be a point at which we can see that concept plan when they make adjustments, or if we were to just limit the density with a vote this evening, we would not have that opportunity. Is that correct?
Councilman Perot, that is correct. Yes, if you wanted to see the concept plan come through again before you make another decision, then yes, you would have to continue it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
I'm okay with opening up the public hearing, continuing this for the applicant to work on this. I mean, it's gonna be R15. I mean, there's just no way of getting around it. There's just nothing that we can do. I get the homeowner's concerns. I get it, but I would be in favor of continuing this to let the developer, look at it, see if they can lessen the density. And I'm okay with doing that if my fellow council members are open to that idea.
Is that a motion?
Yeah,
Yes.
Second it.
I have a motion, second, to reopen the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is reopened. Do you want to hear the applicant's perspective on what you've been discussing to see if there's any interest from the applicant in
Right,
discussing
brief.
the density?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I know that density is a concern. Density done wrong scares me. Density done wrong scares me immensely. Density done correctly does not scare me. We had this conversation with the neighborhood community in a couple of our meetings to try and take this and the four big buildings that you see on the north side, have a bigger hindrance to views, to opportunities for pedestrian connectivity to those thoroughfares, which is why we changed that product type on the west side of this site. My legal counsel is texting me and under a CUP, conditional use permit, if we meet the conditions that are required, then it's a process that's approved. So under that CUP process, as long as we adhere to all of the conditions therein, we can get 15 units to the acre, which is why we're saying we know we have to go through that process. So what I don't want to do right now, without my land planners and other people who are a hell of a lot smarter than me, is say, I'm going to agree to X. What we wanted to do is say, we want to know that what we're trying to accomplish meets the intent of what it is. The zones there, we want to get ourselves out of the Bridge Tower master plan, which is what we heard from the neighbors. And we're still going to go through the design review and CUP process to make certain that we're addressing the 25% open space and the other things that staff has done. So I think inherently, Joe said it at the beginning, I think he's right. There's going to be an impact to the density. What I don't know is what that is. And what I don't want to say is it's X, right? I just don't know. Confucius said, if you ask a group to design a horse, you'll get a camel. And that's what I don't want to do right now without much smarter people with me. So I think what we're saying is we know that's a step that we're going to have to go through. We know that's a process that we're going to have to go through. This isn't a rezone request. We're not trying to get more density. We're not trying to do any of that. We're trying to say, get us out of Bridge Tower. Let us work through the CUP and work through the design review process with staff to come up with something that meets all of the criteria, has great connectivity, both from a pedestrian perspective as well as a vehicular perspective. I'm confident, as Joe has said, that Mr. McCollum will work with us on that. And if not, we can accommodate it somewhere else. I can tell you in my meetings with the neighbors, we removed the one a little bit further south because they did not like that. And they said, if we have to have one, we want it at the far northwest corner of the site. So keeping it at the northwest corner would allow me to do what I committed to do, and keeping it within, if Mike won't work with us, keeping it within a distance that still meets your stacking and queuing is something that in and of itself is going to change this site plan. So I don't know if that answers your question, but this is a process we know we've got to go through and answer, and we're comfortable with providing more open space than the zone currently requires and other things, which I know will have some further impact on this site plan, and as well as other things that I've heard tonight. So is there any specific questions?
Can you produce less trips?
So to me, producing less trips is providing ample opportunities here, right? So ample opportunities inside of our clubhouse for a coffee shop, a little cafe, something that individuals can walk through. We showed the neighbors that we did not. So again, part of this, I designed this project initially in a silo. We then went to some of the neighbors and got some input, and now we're getting even more neighbors and a bigger band. I would love to have pedestrian connection points, and I think Joe would as well, through the fence that goes along that property. The neighbors have made it clear that they don't want that. They do not want pedestrian connectivity through this. They're fine going back out onto McMillan. Why? I'm not sure. To me, that pedestrian connectivity, that vehicular connectivity, east and west through this site lessens trips, to your point, Mr. Mayor. If someone can drive through to Walmart or walk through to Walmart or walk inside of our project, once they've come, they're not leaving to the greater area to go recreate. They're recreating right here. They're not leaving to go grab a coffee in the morning. They're grabbing it right here. Those are opportunities that I can control. Those are actionable items that I can do right here that I think make this site more porous, that I'd love to work on with planning staff in the final CUP.
So council, you've heard from the applicant.
Sorry, I need water.
Councilman Burnt.
So, Mr. Mayor, one more question for the app. Are you wanting to, what are you wanting us to, I mean, do you wanting to continue this so you can make this less dense, or do you want this to close the public hearing and vote on it?
I'm open to a continuance to review this and to work through it more. If you've got any other thoughts, what you want to see, I'm open to understanding that better. Again, I'm going to go through the CUP process, to me, one way or the other. So part of it is getting the council's thought instead of just going to the commission. It was, how does the council look at this, do a DA mod? It's a CUP for me either way. So working through those conditional use requirements for that permit, I've got to go through either way.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to be very clear real quick. I agree with everything that Mr. Holt has said, except for that they are allowed to get 15 units to the acre. I think that there are other parameters. Both the council and the commission can limit density, period, regardless of dimensional standards and the future land use map. So I just wanted to make that clear that that is in our purview to do that based upon these issues as discussed, the trip generation, school impact.
And Joe, what would be those options? I'm not quite sure exactly, what that density would look like that you're speaking about.
Yes, exactly. How arbitrary is it? I understand that. And I don't have the brains to tell you what a magic number is. I don't know who does. This is where planning staff does work with the applicant and we work through this. But if 15 units to the acre, if 249 units are too much, what is an appropriate number that council finds can be met here?
Somewhere between 8 and 15.
With the range is 6 to 15. So agreed. Yeah, there's quite a range with the future land use map. So 15 is at the high end. Again, in other projects we have said, sorry, you have to do 8 to 12, or hey, you're 12 to 15. If we want density in an area, that is definitely within your purview. I just don't want it to be assumed that we're going to go through the CUP process, and if they meet parking and open space, that they automatically get 15 units an acre, because that's not always the case. The commission could turn around and have the same exact conversation, which I anticipate they will, and could limit it even further than council does. That is their purview because it's a conditional use.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Knowing our commission, I anticipate they actually would be more conservative than council will. I can't speak for them, but having served on the commission myself prior and knowing how they view things, I guess I'm stating this right now to the applicant that the commission could very well be more conservative than we are, because I feel like I'm hearing from the applicant that they're not seeing an opportunity with us continuing this. And I think there's an incredible opportunity, because to me, to say, well, I'm going to go ahead and do a CUP either way. I'm kind of like, well, why didn't you just do it in the first place? I mean, and not do a DA modification. I understand the purpose is to remove this section of property from the existing DA, and that's the whole reason. But when it comes to the CUP, if you don't want an opportunity to look at the density of this and you want to just take it to the commission, I feel like you'd be bypassing a very good opportunity, but that's, if that's what we're hearing from the applicant, then that's what we will do. Just being very candid.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I don't think that's what you're hearing from me. At least I hope that's not what you're hearing from me. I think it's a process that we understand we're going through either way. So any further direction that the council can give us, I'm happy to take it back. What I didn't want to do was design on the fly right now.
Right, exactly. Do you mind if we continue that? Will February 1st be a good date for you? Do you need it to be sooner or later? Did you have need a date that you prefer?
That's probably fine. That's a month of time for.
I'll be somewhere. Yeah, here probably.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I want to say one more thing about the applicants asking for kind of what our expectations are with this. First of all, we've already shared that we'd like to see some different density, whether that's a change of actual housing product or however the applicant wants to do that. For me, I know this area exceptionally well also. Getting around here is complicated. Maybe in 5 years when that collector street goes in on 10 Mile and there's a light, or maybe when when just even getting through the Walmart parking lot is a nightmare. And then if you have people turning left from, you can't turn left from, is it Vizcaya? However you say that street name that runs to the west of Walmart, can't turn left there. So you have to turn left off of San Vito. And it is really not easy to get around here right now. And then adding all these additional these additional units, it's not just about the level of traffic on McMillan. That's a part of it, but physically getting around this whole section, getting through the Walmart parking lot, making left and right hand turns, it's complicated. And I would like to really hear what ACHD has to say before I before I make a decision on this. That was another reason why I'm in favor of continuing, so you can get that information back from them.
They've told me that's 4 months, so I hope we can do it before then.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to say regarding the TIS, they weren't even required to technically submit it yet because it's not, ACHD will not make comment on the MDA, but with the future CFP, once they're over 100 units, which obviously we're going to get more than 100 units here, that's going to happen.
With that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
move that we continue this application H-2021-0094 to February 1st.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second to continue this until February 1st. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and this item is continued till February 1st. Council will go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at, actually technically a 12-minute recess, reconvene at 8:20. All right, council will go ahead and come back from recess. It's 8:21, and for the record, Councilwoman Pro has left us for the evening. Next up is a public hearing for Black Cat Industrial Project H 2021-0064. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Alan Tiefenbach, Associate Planner with the City of Meridian. This is a proposal for annexation of 130 acres with the IL and R15 zone districts. The site consists of, like I said, about 130 acres of land. It's presently unincorporated. It's located on the west side of South Black Cat Road, directly adjacent to I-84. There's also a very small 1 acre piece, which I'm circling here. This piece I'll talk about shortly is why it would be eligible for annexation. So this is the 5-year plan for ACHD. What I'm showing here is, so Black Cat Road is to be widened to 5 lanes between 2036 and 2040. And West Franklin Road would be in the design to be widened to 5 lanes starting in 2026, but none of this is on the ACHD 5-year work plan. Okay, again, so the applicant proposes to annex and rezone just a little short of 1 acre property to the east is R15. They also propose to annex 129 acres of property to the west is IL. The applicant proposes to annex the 0.96 property again in order to meet the contiguity requirement. Staff has met with the applicant numerous times about this project. Staff's expressed concerns, including the lack of compliance with the 10-mile plan in both use and design, existing and proposed impacts on the surrounding roads, probability of load jobs, and whether or not the timing is right for a development of 2 million square feet of commercial, when there's other properties on the east side of North Black Cat that have not even built out yet, and much of it on the east side has not even been annexed. The 10-mile plan is to ensure that land use and transportation planning are integrated. It says that in the 10-mile plan, it says the city knows this is one of the last remaining large contiguous areas of highly visible, easy accessible and developable land within the city of Meridian. The 10-mile interchange is intended to look, feel, and function differently, and it's supposed to not empty out at 5 p.m. It's supposed to be more of a 24-hour type situation. Here is the 10-mile plan land use. Okay, let me see if I can point here. So the 1 acre parcel that you see here, this is designated for medium density residential. Approximately 1/3 of the 129 acre property to the west is recommended for low density employment. That's what you see in this in this blue. To the east of this, to the west and to the south, this area is recommended for a mixed employment. So low density employment is to provide low rise office and specialized employment uses. It should provide a variety of flexible sites for professional office and similar businesses. Buildings in these areas range between 1 and 3 stories, have total floor areas of 5,000 to 150,000 square feet. And the plan talks about these types of uses being corporate and business offices, research facilities, and laboratories. Mixed employment is an area to encourage a diversity of compatible land uses. It may include office research and specialized employment, light industrial, which would include manufacturing and employment and assembly, and other miscellaneous uses. It should provide a variety of flexible sites for local startup businesses, but it would also accommodate a wide variety of employers. All the professional uses, along with the restaurant and the retail uses you see right at 10 Mile and I-84 is an example of mixed employment and what was intended for in this plan. So what the applicant proposes is 7 buildings ranging in size between 6,800 and 33,000 square feet. That's what you see here, directly adjacent to the west side of South Black Cat Road. And there's also a proposal to donate a fire station, which you can see up at the top right. It also proposes 9 very large buildings ranging in size between 131,000 and just short of 300,000 square feet to a total of just short of 2 million square feet. The concept plan shows multiple loading bays on all of these buildings. That's what you can see here. And it also shows a wide collector street, which I'll talk about shortly running through here. Applicant request to rezone this whole area to IL. So the applicant's narrative states that this Black Cat Business Center would provide in-demand manufacturing, heavier office build out, flex industrial and accessory retail, warehousing and distribution. It mentions that the mixed employment designation in the 10-mile plan does list light industrial as one of the appropriate uses. And narrative notes that the city of Meridian has less than a 1% vacancy rate for industrial business uses. So staff believes that ME zoning is more appropriate in this location than IL. Want to mention that the 10-mile plan does mention that light industrial is one of the appropriate uses, but the light industrial zone district and what is the definition of light industrial are two different things. The definition of light industrial talks about manufacturing and assembly. The UDC defines light industrial as a use engaged in the manufacture, processing, fabrication, assembly, of finished products or parts. These definitions are very different, like I said, from what would be allowed in the light industrial zone district. And I'll talk about that. And to the west, the 10-mile plan west of this has a very large area that is set aside for industrial uses that are specifically the type of uses that the applicant is proposing. Here is a slide sort of comparing the two zone districts. What I'm showing you here is on the left, there's numerous types of permitted uses, and there's much more here than just office. It allows flex space, healthcare, light industrial, which is manufacturing and assembly. And what's important to mention is that warehousing and distribution is a use that is allowed by conditional use. So in the ME, you could do warehousing and distribution. The difference is in the IL zone district, that is a principally permitted use. So in mixed in use, and I keep focusing on distribution and warehousing because it is staff's understanding that this is primarily what the applicant wants to do on this particular property. And it's important to notice again that this is not just office uses that ME allows, but staff does have concerns with zoning this to IL because by right, it would allow warehousing and distribution with no limit without having to go through another public hearing. It would also allow things like self-storage. Real quickly, I'll just talk a little bit about the jobs housing balance, but here's a couple of tables. It shows that the existing jobs to housing ratio in this area is 0.2. And just to give some context on that, the perfect job housing balance would be 1, and that would be 1 job to 1 house. The intended jobs of the 10-mile plan are supposed to be somewhere in the ballpark of 20,000 jobs. Now, this is intended to promote that reverse commute. So people in Meridian actually going west into the center versus everybody that lives in Meridian all going in on Franklin and 10-mile to get into Boise. So this is sort of a breakdown that we have to kind of give a general ballpark of the types of jobs per acre that you see in these kinds of uses. So retail has the most. If you see down at the bottom, self-storage typically provides 1 job per facility, if that. The 2 at the bottom here, warehousing and self-storage, would be primarily what would be allowed by right if this were zoned to IL. But again, if it was ME, this could be allowed, but it would be allowed under conditional use through the Planning Commission. So West Franklin Road presently is 2 lanes with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk and narrows to 1 lane west of South Black Cat Road. Black Cat Road is presently 2 lanes with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk. Black Cat Road is to be widened to 5 lanes between 2036 and 2040. And the design for Franklin is supposed to happen in approximately 2026. Although the immediate area is mostly undeveloped, there's been a significant amount of development in this vicinity, which has already been built, has been approved, or is in the development applicant stage. And this is, I've listed the numbers, but we're talking about 330 single family lots, 248 apartments in the Brea subdivision, large amount of development at the 10 at Meridian, Vanguard Village, 10-mile crossing. ACHD in a staff report for the 10 at Meridian project found that the network at and around the 10-mile Franklin intersection and the I-84 interchange was already failing and lacked sufficient storage capacity, meaning that when there was a light, it didn't have the storage for the traffic that was already stacking there. The 2020 Compass Freight study that was done and some congestion maps that were done showed that the Franklin Garrity intersection, so if you were to turn left and go on Franklin towards where the Amazon facility is, that interchange is also experiencing extreme delays. Staff believes that this issue would be made worse by the large, slow moving vehicles that would come from this kind of project if it was a distribution and warehousing. Staff is not convinced that even that this is the time that we might be premature in this sort of proposal at this time. That said, staff does believe that the traffic impact should be analyzed with this annexation. We haven't seen that happen. The 10-mile plan has designs regarding road network, streets, walkability, and architecture. Collectors in this street have a section. It talks about being narrow to slow traffic, multimodal with on-street parking, wide sidewalks and buildings. There's also design standards about traditional neighborhood design and variation. The concept plan that we have here reflects the concept plan that we have here shows that there is a wide 60-foot wide collector. Buildings maintain large setbacks, that the larger buildings do not contain the ground floor transparency that are talked about in the plan, do not address the public realm. The applicant states that due to security and visibility issues, that industrial uses don't lend themselves to having that kind of ground floor transparency that are discussed in the 10-mile plan. They have mentioned that as an alternative, they propose enhanced glazing at the corner entries. Staff does believe that there could be some design revisions that could be done, but it's our position that really, given the use, we don't think that this could be designed into the kind of concept that the 10-mile plan designates for here. What this comes down to really is that the council should decide whether warehousing and distribution is appropriate in this location as a primary use, and whether the existing and future infrastructure could support that freight traffic. So the applicant proposes to annex an area with IL where ME zoning would be more consistent with the plan. The applicant proposes to annex about a 1 acre piece of property with the R15 to achieve the contiguity to be eligible for annexation. There's a potential for significant loss of high employment generating activity, monotonous architecture, and building mass and street design, which is not consistent with the plan. In addition, the traffic impacts of nearly 2 million square feet of new commercial on the local network have not been analyzed, and there's already been proven that there's major traffic and infrastructure issues at the critical intersections in this area. Staff believes that this is fringe development, and most infrastructure improvements are still years away. We believe that a development of this size in this location is premature. Staff finds that the annexation is not in the best interest of the city. The Planning Commission heard this case on November 18th and recommended denial. Concerns expressed included lack of conformity with the plan, the concerns that the 1 acre parcel was involved only to make this eligible for annexation, and Planning Commission had concerns that this was premature due to the lack of infrastructure, how long it's going to be for improvements and the existing traffic along 10 Mile and Franklin. And with that, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Alan. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, the applicant would like to come forward.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Councilman Hoagland.
Alan, can we go back to the future land use map? I wanted to take a look at that. I had a question there. So this is in mixed employment. We got the yellow box there, and then we have low density employment. Can you tell me a little bit, low density employment, is that what IL would be?
No, if we're talking about purely, well, if we're talking about IL zone district, then some of the uses allowed in IL would be designated in low density resident or low density employment, but the office and warehousing, the self-storage uses, the outdoor contractor's yard, those kinds of things would be in the general industrial, which is what you see to the west here. Again, I think it is confusing that the definition of what light industrial is and what the IL zone district allows are two different things. The plan speaks about light industrial being manufacturing and assembly.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And the last item, when you're talking about the roads and just the truck traffic and different things like that. Even if this was proposed in ME, it doesn't sound like it would pass muster.
So we're talking multiple issues, leaving aside the use issue. Staff believes this is a very big development that is premature, regardless if it was zoned ME or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions? Okay, the applicant, please come forward. Yep.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Deborah Nelson, 601 West Bannock Street in Boise, on behalf of the applicant. The development team has worked hard here with the city for some time. We're disappointed we couldn't get staff support here, but we appreciate all of the time and effort they took to meet with us on many occasions and to work through these issues. As Alan has explained, we just have a fundamental difference of opinion about appropriate use here. They've asked for an office park similar to El Dorado or Silverstone, and we're asking for more of an industrial flex park. We did provide a written response to address many of the detailed comments from staff. Our key takeaways for this evening, excuse me, see if we get back to the beginning. There we are. Key takeaways for the council from this presentation are outlined here. I will briefly address the first point that the 10-mile plan calls for flexibility in the uses allowed in the mixed employment area and that this project is consistent with the plan. Then Tim Wolf with AT Industrial will follow me and explain why light industrial is needed in this location and how this project will help Meridian keep jobs and create new jobs. We've made many changes to address staff concerns. On the left is our initial concept. On the right is our current plan. We changed the majority of the buildings to be single loaded and pulled them up to the street. We rotated buildings to shield views of loading docks from the streets. We enhanced the entrance, added a central amenity area and a landscape buffer along Black Cat. At significant expense, we purchased and incorporated the 2 outlier parcels along Black Cat. We divided the Black Cat frontage buildings into smaller flex incubator spaces. We added walking paths throughout, and we proposed a fire station in the northwest corner. This rendering shows the flex incubator spaces along Black Cat Road. This provides a nice transition to the commercial and residential land uses to the east. Here you can also see that new outdoor amenity space. Our application requests IL zoning, the 10-mile plan zoning compatibility matrix specifically identifies IL as one of the compatible zones within mixed employment areas. It is also a compatible zone with the low density area. And Councilmember Hoagland, you asked about that corner. It's allowed within either one. Here, the majority designation is appropriate to use. Consistent with that plan in our initial meeting, staff initially told the applicant that IL would be an appropriate zone for this property. Staff later indicated that the ME zone is preferred here and as described by Alan this evening. Both zones are appropriate under the 10-mile plan for mixed employment areas. The ME zone works fine for office, for commercial, but the IL zone is needed for an industrial business park that has to accommodate a variety of light industrial uses, including warehouse and distribution. Tenants simply will not risk having to get a conditional use permit, and they need that flexibility to accommodate their evolving businesses. Based on your code, the purpose of the IL district is to provide for convenient employment centers of light manufacturing, research and development, warehousing, and distribution. All of these uses go together and they must be allowed for a modern industrial business park to work. Also, to address staff's concerns about self-storage, we do not have any proposed self-storage uses here. And this site is exactly where industrial should be located, along 84, near the new 1684 interchange. The 10-mile plan specifically states that it intends to provide for industrial opportunities in consideration of future improvements to Highway 16. This is exactly one of those opportunities. The state has expedited and funded the adjacent 16 I-84 interchange to be completed within 2 to 4 years as a priority project. Planning and Zoning Commissioner Yearsley talked about this key location and his support for the project at our hearing, saying that this whole stretch along 84 is appropriate for industrial uses. The 10-mile plan calls for uses in mixed employment area to provide a variety of flexible sites for small or startup businesses, as well as sites for large national or regional enterprises. Consistent with that direction, our project can accommodate up to 106 different tenants as shown. The buildings are divisible. They can be configured down to a number of different unit sizes as small as 2,500 square feet. Also within the mixed employment area, the plan anticipates that buildings can range up to 1 million square feet. Our plan is currently showing buildings that range up to approximately 350,000 square feet, well within those guidelines. Our general building design is also consistent with the plan. On the left, this image is straight out of the plan. On the right is our building elevation. Like other developments have done in the 10-mile area, and as Alan noted, there is some flexibility for these types of design revisions. We do ask for flexibility on a couple of the specific design elements to fit this use. We meet the vast majority of them, but there's 2 that we ask for your direction to staff as they create findings here. 20% windows across the front of all buildings isn't practical for all light industrial uses. We do meet this on the flex buildings. On the larger buildings, we request 15% on average. Second request relates to the maximum 30% parking in front. This doesn't provide enough parking for our employees on the interior double loaded buildings where we will need some parking along the frontage. We can meet 30% on average across the site. With that, I'll turn it over to Tim. Thank you.
Hi, Tim Wolf, 675 Sun Valley Road, Ketchum. Thank you for your time and service. I know you guys are here late and doing this in service of the community, so we appreciate it. And I've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to read a few of the notes. As Deb explained, we believe that this project is compliant with the 10-mile plan. I want to zoom in a little bit on and look at some of the market trends, Meridian as a whole, and then talk about jobs last. Our second key takeaway point here is that light industrial zoning on this site is best for Meridian. We know that all of you care about what's best for Meridian. We know staff does. We know that the Planning and Zoning Commission also does, and we respect that. But we honestly believe that light industrial zoning is what's best for this site, and we're going to present some data and research, both national and local, to show you how. So what's happening in the United States since the adoption of the specific plan 14 years ago? Office space per employee has declined by 50%. So it takes half as much space now to house the same employees as it did when the plan was adopted. And that combined with a reduction in demand for office has led to office demand being 1/8 today in the United States what it was when this plan was adopted in terms of total square footage. On the other hand, industrial demand is materially increasing. National demand since the plan was adopted is up 200%. E-commerce sales are up 300%, and every square foot of commerce that is driven from the retail channel to the industrial channel requires 3 square feet of industrial space. On top of that, there's some supply chain disruptions that are occurring that are also enhancing demand. One being more inventory being required to be held by businesses, local and national, and more manufacturing being local. So what's happened here since the adoption of this specific plan? Similar things, although these, as you can see by the chart, the difference is more pronounced here in this valley. Why is that? Despite substantial growth here in the Treasure Valley, office absorption is flat to declining. So you've had massive growth here, but no growth in office demand. Local demand for industrial is up 300% greater than it was in 2007 versus 200% nationally. So that's 50% greater local demand here than there has been nationally. So how does Meridian stack up versus others, both local and regional? Meridian has 6 million feet of industrial space, 0.04% vacancy rate. So there's 2,400 square feet of vacant space in Meridian right now for industrial. There's effectively nowhere for tenants to go, whether they're local or coming from somewhere else. On the other hand, Meridian has 3.5 million square feet of office at a current vacancy rate of 14%, where a stable office market is a 5% vacant office market. So there is no real industrial vacancy currently. How does Meridian stack up against its peers? We measure that by the industrial square footage per capita. Meridian's at 46.7. The Treasure Valley, which includes Meridian, is at 64.9. So Meridian's 34% or 40% below the Treasure Valley in terms of its industrial space. And the Treasure Valley itself is behind all of its peers. It's roughly 25% below Spokane, 30% behind Salt Lake, and roughly the same as Spokane for Portland. So today, if you were to take a look at Meridian versus the Treasure Valley, they'd need to add 2.5 million square feet today just to be equal to the Treasure Valley's industrial, and the Treasure Valley is behind. And this has material implications both for businesses and essential services in your community. Does Meridian have industrial land available? As you can see, our site here, relative there to the two other sites that are zoned for industrial. This is showing Meridian's future land use map. There are two other locations that are designated for industrial, and those have not been developed, but neither of these are ready for development due to lack of infrastructure. Our site is directly adjacent to the industrial designated land on the freeway and can be currently served by infrastructure. That seems logical that if Meridian were going to put industrial somewhere, it'd be adjacent to where it's going to go in the distant future when infrastructure is available there. Is there a shortage of office land in Meridian? This is this map shows, we just pulled the properties that are currently on the market as zoned and available land for development for office. And this is roughly a 73-year supply of office land at current absorption rates. There's 2.2 years of available office that's existing and available for lease, 3.2 years that's in planning or in process. And according to this map, another 415 acres, which is 67 years of office supply. So there's plenty of room for office to go in Meridian. So the last point here is really about, I think, what all of you care about, which is jobs and what kind of jobs could be brought to Meridian. So what's going on with existing businesses in Meridian as they grow? Without more industrial, Meridian will lose existing businesses and will lose their employees. We spoke with 11 existing businesses that are industrial tenants currently, representing almost 15% of the total square footage that's occupied here, 800,000 feet, 1,200 employees. 100% of them are growing, some of them very fast. And we know you received some letters about this as it related to this project. All of them want to stay in Meridian. All of them have nowhere to go for growth. 2 are leaving or have recently left Meridian as a result of this condition. 2 of the largest have lease space outside of Meridian for their current growth and have nowhere to go in Meridian for their future growth. One of those is a local business that has decided that they're going to actively seek to move their headquarters outside of Meridian since they don't have anywhere to go. This is existing businesses. What kind of new businesses could we attract here? We wanted to show a couple of examples of tenants that we're currently working with so that you could see. So we were working with a prominent regional company and Frito-Lay. This is their building size requirements. As you can see, both of these have expansion needs. So they need flexible space, not just one building, but a building that where they could have the ability to move from one building to another if they needed to grow. The amount of jobs is material for both of these employers. The percentage of warehouse, we felt it was important to show because one of the comments is about not wanting warehouse in these locations. These things all go together, manufacturing, warehouse, and other things. And the wages are strong for these employers. How many jobs are industrial tenants actually bringing to the market? The Compass report suggested 620 jobs on this site, which is 5.3 jobs per acre. Alan's presentation suggested 8 jobs per acre, and that office provides about 15 jobs per acre. Here's what our actual experience in this valley is, and our company has done 25% of the leases for new space for 21 and 22. And so we're delivering 20 jobs per acre, which would imply 2,000 jobs created on this site. So lastly, how does that compare to the specific area plan goal?
Mr. Wolf, can we repeat that one more time? There was that noise that interrupted us and I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, so our actual experience in leases that we have executed or have in process, and this is a quarter of the leases for 2021 and 2022, production in the whole Treasure Valley, is that we're delivering 20 jobs per acre. So it's 4 times what the Compass report suggests, almost 3 times what staff's presentation suggests, and it implies 2,000 jobs created on this site. And so how does that compare to the specific area plan goal? Our project is less than 10% of the job producing land in the specific area plan. And we expect it to produce more than 10% of the jobs. So we feel like we're more than contributing our fair share of jobs for a critically needed asset class in the second largest city in Idaho. The last thing we really had was just a question for staff, and this, you guys spend all day, every day on this. And so of course you're thinking about your community. You think about it more than I do. You think about it more than anyone does. This, I don't even know, it goes without saying, asking the question, but it's really one of how do you really want your community to grow and serve the needs of its growing community as it changes, because we're in a different world than we were when the specific plan was adopted.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember.
Mr. Wolf, you mentioned in your presentation that this project and maybe past developments that you guys have done, maybe in our state, I don't know, other places I know that you guys have developed and, did projects throughout the nation, but walk me through how your developments bring 20 jobs per acre compared to what Compass or our staff is saying.
Sure. So we have a tenant, we're delivering a building in Caldwell this week, actually, that's 265,000 feet as a manufacturing tenant. It's going to be 275 jobs for the 265,000 feet, and that's on 16 acres. So it's about 16 or 17 jobs per acre. As I mentioned, we're working with a large regional tenant now that has a 300,000 foot requirement. We're negotiating the lease for. They've selected a site. They would have probably selected this site had it been available, but it's 450 jobs and 300,000 square feet. So it's about 25 jobs per acre. And across, as I mentioned, and we're happy to go through if you want more detail, each of the tenants that we've brought to the valley. And it's a combination of all different things in these industrial zones. And I can say, we have a close relationship with Amazon. We've done a number of projects with them. We told them there's no way we're allowing them to be on this site. It's just not the kind of use that we own projects forever. And we're one of the few developers that does. And our interest is in developing projects that are for the best interest of the community and producing good jobs. And that's what we've done a good job of since we've been in the Treasure Valley so far.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Wolf, thank you for your presentation. It's always interested in the job creation numbers. They are important and industrial type of areas are certainly important. And I just want you to kind of walk me through how you would compare warehousing distribution, which, you know, has been talked about for this site. And this has been characterized as warehousing and distribution versus manufacturing and assembly.
So they all go together. So Frito-Lay is a perfect example who, you know, obviously a credit tenant. Their requirement is about 60% warehouse. And just as a result of, there are not very many businesses that have manufacturing without distribution, right? And so you make something and then you distribute it. And, you know, Frito-Lay's requirement is about a 60% distribution requirement. And their employee count is lower than the other example that we showed you, the large regional tenant. And they also had about a 60% warehousing requirement. So it's just the way the industrial space has evolved specifically as a result of e-commerce has brought a lot more inventory closer to home, a lot more manufacturing closer to home, and a lot more distribution closer to home. And it all just blends together. So it's almost impossible to segregate those things out, unfortunately. And as was mentioned by Deb earlier, it's one of those things where you just can't have a tenant isn't going to go into a situation where they're required to have a conditional use permit in order to have the use in the first place. They'll just go to another town. They'll go to Boise or they'll go to Caldwell. 1, 2, if their use changes at all and they have to go back for another conditional use permit, their lenders aren't going to allow it. It puts businesses in a really tough place to not have the flexibility to use the designations that their business naturally uses.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Wolf, either a question for you or Ms. Nelson. One, I applaud the written response or rebuttal from a staff report, especially getting that earlier. When a big application like this, I think it helps us to kind of see both sides of this issue. So I appreciate you doing that. One area that I thought that was lacking, though, was about the roadway infrastructure. You know, the staff touched on it in their staff report. We had an application or a change with us last week for a project that's on 10 Mile. And the report that comes back from ACHD says that's an F. And I know our staff report says that it's better than E for yours. And that doesn't bring me a whole lot of comfort. And so recognizing that I would anticipate a high roadway usage from this development, I have real concerns about the impact for our existing residents, particularly those that are going to choose Black Hat as opposed to 10 Mile because of how the challenges related to the current 10 Mile infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a very good, very important question. And
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, appreciate the question. We did think that there would be some additional time during the presentation and assumed you may have questions. So thank you for the question and opportunity. There's very hard to fit this in 15 minutes. We have thought about the traffic, and we're actually excited about this site because of the improvements that are planned around it. And so this area is growing, the road network is growing with it. And in particular, the Highway 16 interchange that we did touch on is really going to change a lot of the traffic patterns in this area and really help a lot of the traffic patterns. We expect our trips are going to go towards the Highway 16 interchange. In fact, our traffic engineers estimates is that our trips will only be 4% of the 10 Mile Franklin intersection. And so we'll actually have very little that direction. And so of the trips that are in that intersection will be 4% of them. So we will have distribution both ways, undoubtedly, but we know that the roadways are building out. The widening of Franklin is also planned within 2 to 4 years. That may be expedited or done as part of the interchange improvements. So a lot of this is happening. We think that's going to be very timely for this project. And you want to add?
Well, it might be worth, so we had another slide that was prepared around traffic that it just might be worth seeing, so this is from our traffic engineer, but just to put in context, what does industrial produce in traffic relative to all the other uses? So if in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if I want to create jobs in a community and traffic's a huge issue, how do I do so with the least impact? And what we had them do is take the exact same site area, take office, shopping centers, residential, like you're obviously approving residential and struggling to do so. We heard earlier tonight, you know, residential produces 2.5 times the traffic that this use does. So this is the least intensive use that you can put on a piece of property relative to all the other uses, and it's the best way to produce jobs with the least amount of traffic.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borden.
Side note, I love this slide. It articulates a principle we deal with in other applications that try to convert property from commercial to residential, and it literally has a decrease in traffic impact, but
yeah,
counterintuitive, I think. Yep, it's a great slide. I think you might have had another slide. Well, let me ask you this question. You made a comment about where the industrial truck traffic would go. And I think you had said you anticipate the majority of it to go east towards McDermott. But you had a slide here. So when you made that comment, I envisioned perhaps taking that to be built collector east towards McDermott, but
I think we've got a slide for that.
I think you went past it. It was this is the one that made me think of it.
Yeah, there.
So, I mean, if that's the case, when you say that, do you mean that you anticipate that all this truck traffic, which is low in volume but high in intensity, would go east on that collector to McDermott to somehow to access the Highway 16 interchange? Because there's no ability to get on it there.
Yeah, so we actually pulled the plan for Highway 16, and there's, at the interchange, there's direct access to 16. So obviously that's planned in the next 2 to 3 years. And then on top of that, the widening of Franklin is planned between 2026 and 2030.
Can you see the interchanges that are planned as 16 goes north? That's an initial phase.
I'm not tracking that at all. If you
So
could,
sorry, Shane Felker, one of the applicants from Ketchum.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borden.
I apologize. I'm kind of lost on this one in relation to the red dotted interchange map and to see.
Yeah, I think it's easier to see on. So if you extend Franklin out to 16, Franklin has direct access onto 16. And yeah, we anticipate traffic will move west from our project to that interchange for a majority of the traffic.
Councilman Borden.
Follow-ups on that. That's still ACHD, correct? Correct. That interchange. So there was comments indirectly by ACHD at P&Z that referenced, among other things, there's just no funding or plans to provide anything to connect to Highway 16. So ACHD says that's not happening.
We still have them.
At least that's what the comment was at.
ACHD is on the line.
We have Christie on the line who can answer the question.
Okay, that would be one of the things to clarify, and ACHD can do that, but that comment caught my eye.
Christie, if you'd like to make a comment related to that.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to talk. So when we talk about funding, we will identify through our 5-year work plan, the first 2 years are tied directly to our budget. And so that's when we say something is funded, is those first 2 years. We identify need, and in our capital improvement plan, we identify what a cost would be to improve that system, what the anticipated widening improvements would be, and that ties into the impact fees that we charge for development. To say that something is not funded just means in the integrated 5-year work plan, we don't have that project planned or fully funded, is all that means. That doesn't mean it will never be funded. Does that answer the question?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borden.
Technically it does, but I took the comments to mean something more blunt and different. That while I didn't take the comments as though it's technically not yet funded. I read it to be, and it wasn't perhaps the commission as a whole, but the comment from one commissioner. It read as though this isn't even in the ballpark, like. It just seemed very, very distant that amongst the 5,000 different things that ACHD has to fund with limited revenues, this one's number 5,000. Just sort of had that feel to it. So I didn't know if you got that same sense in discussions with ACHD, but it made me think when you comments about traffic going east, how that would actually work. Because in prep for this application, it really assumed that the reality was traffic's going to go right to Black Cat. And all this truck traffic, low in volume, high in intensity, for better or for worse, would go there. And perhaps that's still appropriate, but it just seemed like the reality is this is all going to Black Cat.
Mr. Mayor, council member, I'm having a hard time seeing who that question, Joe. Oh, Mr. Boyd. So was your question specifically regarding the collector roadway system or the arterial system?
It was, Mr. Mayor, if I can respond, it was the arterial, and it was just a comment made at P&Z.
Okay.
Sparked the question that it made it seem like it was very remote. So your explanation helps. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And decisions on which roadways are going to be widened at which time frame. I mean, we definitely utilize the capital improvement plan, which gives a forecasted need. So those aren't build years. So when we, in our CIP, when we say like 2036 to 2040, that is a forecasted need based on land use and anticipated development in the area. Now, obviously, if development increases in a specific area, if we see more development in an area that we weren't anticipating, obviously that can accelerate projects and can accelerate the need to widen those roadways in the vicinity of a project. But it's kind of like the chicken and the egg kind of thing.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
I think maybe what Mr. Borton was talking about, and I don't mean to speak for him, but because I've heard the same analysis that 16 is going to be built anywhere from 3 to 5 years. I've heard the same thing. So, but I guess what Mr. Borton maybe is saying is, does ACHD agree that they have the resources to be able to make that happen on their end? Is that what you're saying? Within that time period that's being discussed, So I guess, Christy, if you could maybe provide, if that's doable, if that's something that's on your 5-year work plan, if that's in the foreseeable future, if you agree.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I wish I could give a clearer answer as to when we may anticipate being able to fund the entire improvements out to Highway 16 for that connection. We just don't know at this point in time. In the 5-year work plan, no, we don't have that plan, but that is something we update annually. And if additional funding comes in, the problem typically with our projects and getting them accelerated sooner is right-of-way acquisition and design of a project. So it typically takes us about a year for a project to be designed, and depending on the corridor, 1 to 2 years for right-of-way acquisition. So at the most accelerated, the soonest a construction would begin on a project, if we started design today, would be 3 years from now, typically. So the likelihood of us accelerating to match Highway 16, that's probably what you may have heard in a previous meeting, is probably unlikely at this time, if that helps clarify. But yeah, with their accelerated timeline, it's generally timeframe to get things designed, right of way acquired, and then available funding to get all of that done.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
My recollection of that discussion was the fact that Highway 16 was coming on. The state decided to do it. They're going to fund it. And it was a surprise to everybody, and it was a surprise to me. And that ACHD looked at it and said, that's going to be about $34 million, and they have no funding available for that. And the comment was the state should be chipping in to help us out on that, because just dropping this on us and say, oh, you guys pay for the connection. And I think that's the concern is, where do you get this money? Do you pull it from other projects that are much needed? Is it coming from impact fees? How much is coming in? We know all the areas that need infrastructure expansion, and to drop that in and to say, yeah, this is brand new. I think that's the concern is this really going to get funded from a local perspective tying into the state? And that's a big need. So.
Mr. Mayor, if we could offer some comments on that as well. I appreciate those questions and really appreciate Christy being here to comment on it, to have a formal response from ACHD. You know, because Commissioner Goldthorpe was testifying in his personal capacity. He made that very clear in his remarks that he was making a neighbor comment, but obviously generated some questions about what he said. And so appreciate Christy being here to answer them. And it's consistent with what's in the ACHD report, right? That notes that in the CIP, the 5-lane widening of Franklin is there. And as Christy noted, it's not yet in the 5-year work plan, which really is just a budget forecast for 2 years. Councilmember Hoagland, as you noted, this was pretty quick for the state to prioritize this interchange. You know, as everyone knows, they've been going back and forth on, do we start from the south? Do we start from the north? And the south won, I think, to Meridian and Nampa's benefit. It's exciting. And ACHD is going to take a little time to respond to that. Our expectation, and I think, you know, in speaking with traffic engineers about it, that it will expedite that, that improvement in the budgeting. But nonetheless, it is in the CIP. And that's what they commented on in the ACHD report here as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Kind of tie this together then, so talk about transportation and years and whatnot. If this project was approved, what is the timeline that you would be expecting to put this together?
It's another great question. We don't know. No, if it were approved today, we would, you know, technically wouldn't get approved for sometime after today, and it's going to take design time and then construction time. So the first building couldn't be delivered until late 23 or early 24. What I can say is that, so we're building 1 million square feet in Caldwell right now, and we're building it one building at a time. We're pretty conservative about the way we go about things. This is 9 larger industrial buildings plus some smaller frontage buildings that buffer. So it's going to take time. I mean, it's, if I had to guess, the fastest it'd be 5 years, 6 years, and the longest is as long as we're all going to be here.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I think this is a case where time is your friend. Speed to doing something quick is not necessarily your friend. So.
Mr. Mayor, sticking on the topic of transportation, I certainly don't want to.
Councilman Burnt.
Sorry. I see, Mr. Mayor.
You're good. I just want, so Dean had it on the record who was talking.
Oh, okay, got it. So I'm not in trouble.
No. That's the only reason I do it, is so the record knows.
I was in trouble. All right, so, you know, reading in the, in our packet, I know that the transportation study by ACHD isn't required at this point of the application process. It comes in the future. However, I would really like to know the impacts of this development, being that there isn't any anticipated, we talk about anticipated improvements on Black Cat and Franklin. You know, some of the, you know, numbers are, you know, 2036 to 2040. I agree with you, Deb. It's going to happen sooner than that, but like, when is like the different question. So, but when you're dealing, my concern is this, I mean, when you're dealing with over 2 million square feet of industrial space, I get that the industrial impact is much different than office or, you know, retail or anything residential, but it's a big project. What are your thoughts on, you know, finding out what, you know, from ACHD, the governing body of our roads, what they feel about what the impact would be in their opinion on with this project?
I'll start, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt. I mean, no development can happen here until the TIS is
Right.
done, reviewed by ACHD, right? I mean, every
That's
condition requires that.
I
So, and we're going to do whatever's required. So whatever improvements or mitigation are required will be done. So I think that answers the simple question of, okay, well, what might be needed? Is there a turn lane needed or something? We have to provide it to accommodate it. I think the larger network build out is really more, the larger conversation we had, probably addresses more of the substance of your concerns, that this is a great opportunity to take advantage of the expanding roadway network around us. Your 10-mile plan calls for industrial development to be located next to Highway 16. It's very opportune that the state has expedited that interchange to allow this to happen now. And then I think the slide that Tim pulled up a few minutes ago, really talking about the uses, you guys in your plan already called for a level of intensity on this site. You've already planned for it. And so in response, the roadway network, everything is building out around it. We have sewer, we have water, everything is ready for this site. And you've planned for a level of intensity that ranges up from what we're providing from a trip generation standpoint. So we are the lowest possibility. Residential we showed just for comparison because it's come up in your conversations. We can't do residential there. Office, commercial, industrial, we are significantly lower than those, 6 to 8 times less. So for the planned level of intensity, we are going to be well within what was contemplated for this area in the larger scheme. So hopefully that gives you some comfort as you think about, and then of course we have to do whatever specific improvements are required. We can't build here until ACHD approves the TIS.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Just when there's reference in the staff report about the 10-mile plan and the residential component just east of Black Cat. And then this was planned mixed employment and light employment, I believe. This property, and then to the west is where it has its industrial designation. And there's reference in the staff report about the intent for some discussion, a transition of those types of uses. So is that consideration, that concern of, should we not be concerned about that? Does that principle that at least it seemed to try to promote a transition to keep what appears to be really an industrial use, not adjacent to what's going to be a residential use across Black Cat directly to the east? This principle seems to conflict with what was planned, that easier transition. So just curious your comments on that concern.
Maybe I'll make a few comments while you look for that. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Borton, I actually think this is that transitional use. You've got our flex design right along with the smaller spaces right along Black Cat with this significant frontage improvements, the enhanced entry, the park area, that creates a significant buffer. Then keep in mind that we're proposing only light industrial uses. Further to our west, where you've got the industrial designation in your plan, I think staff is going to be more likely to support both heavy and light industrial are contemplated in your plan there. So we really are providing that transition already to the commercial and residential. And one of the comments that Commissioner Yearsley made at the P&Z that I'm sure you read in the minutes was about how nice it is to bring that light industrial, the jobs, closer to residents to decrease traffic. So we hope we're meeting that transition really with this use.
Yeah, we also try to provide a relatively significant amount of landscape buffer in addition to the smaller building sizes and turning the buildings on end so that the faces of the buildings weren't facing Black Cat. And there will be, there will be a light here at Black Cat as well, in addition to whatever improvements happen to the west. So we were trying to accomplish the transition that you're talking about.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up question to that.
Councilman Borton.
Ties into something you said, Deb, at the start of your presentation. If you had requested a mixed employment zone, this type of use would be a conditional permit. And I wrote it down, you had said this type of tenant or these tenants aren't willing to take the risk that comes with a CUP, which I sort of understand, but what is it that generally happens in a CUP to this type of use that makes it no longer viable for this light industrial warehouse user? I mean, what's the risk? What kind of condition kills this liability?
I'll start, and then Tim, I'm sure, has industry-specific experience with this, but it's not the risk of the conditions. It's partly that, but it's really just the time and risk of getting it at all. The speed to market and the risk of that happening as a whole. But also, of course, the conditions of what might happen there. Maybe they can't do their use, maybe they can't do their use all the way. It's something that just isn't, I think the other point, and Tim can address this better, is that it disrupts their ability to get financing either at the beginning, or if they already have financing, to come back and change the use when they have financing in place.
It's just an anecdote. So the maddening thing about this asset class, if you have an office need, you plan for it, you spend years planning, and then you go find an office space and you take time to do TIs. I don't know why, and it's maddening, but in this asset class, these tenants usually don't decide they need a new space until about 4 months before they have to move in. And that's why you see a lot of spec industrial development, because tenants decide quickly to move in. And that's why in a normal market, and this isn't a normal market here right now, you don't see a lot of spec development. You don't see a lot of build-to-suit development. You see a lot of spec development because they just don't take the time to think far enough in advance for what their needs are. Because generally what happens is this use type it's a utility use. It's not like an office where you're going to move because a nicer office gets built down the road. Once you're here, the retention rate in this asset class is the highest of any type of commercial real estate. They stay. And the only reason they leave is because they've outgrown their space, or the business has changed, or they've gone out of business. And so when they hit that wall and say, geez, we're out of space, like the letter from Sensi, they've grown 200%, or they've grown 100% in 2 years. They just ran out of space and they have nowhere to go. And so it's one of those things where they don't have often the time to go through a process that's more than, can I be there? Yes or no. We need to sign a lease now. We need to move in now.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
one last thing for me, and then I'll sit back and listen. But my question now relates to like infrastructure. And before Alan mentioned leapfrog development, and Deb is very keenly aware of leapfrog development in Meridian. She's been involved in projects in the past where we've had these discussions. And so could you comment on, or do you have a response to Alan's concern about leapfrog development?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, thanks for the question and opportunity to share some information. Can't cover it all. We obviously disagree with that characterization. I think maybe the first point is that this area is within your 10-mile plan. The city took care to specially plan out this entire area and is called for the type of development you want to happen here. And we are within that area and we are helping to build it out. East of Black Cat is quickly building out, and the parcels that are not built out yet are developer owned and in various stages of planning or applications. And so this slide helps illustrate that this area is very quickly changing, which again, with the roadway improvements is just a great time and opportunity for building out the plan and the job expectations that you guys have within your plan.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember.
I was lying when I told you I didn't have any more questions.
I knew you were.
So how do you plan on getting, because I heard, and I think I read in the packet, and quote me if I'm wrong, but I believe it said that it's like 300 and some odd feet from where the services stop and from where your property is. How do we plan on getting services to where your property is now? Is that something you guys are going to pay for?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, yeah, 340 feet. It's in Black Cat Road. It's right by the site. We'll just extend it. It's readily available as your public works staff has agreed.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Mr. Clerk, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Drew Eggers signed to testify.
Thank you very much. Drew Eggers, 2256 North Waggle Place, Meridian, Idaho. Mr. Mayor, would it be all right for me to hand these out to the council members?
Yeah, if you want to give it to the clerk, he'll do that for you.
Mr. Eggers, is this the letter that you sent to us or?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you had it. It was sent via email and it should be in your packet. My family is the owners of 955 South Black Cat Road. I come from a multi-generational Idaho farming family. My father bought this farm in 1950. My grandfather purchased the farm across the street in 1921, which later sold to Pastor Steve Moore of the 10 Mile Christian Church. As a resident and growing up here in Meridian, I have been an active member of the church community, served as a director for Northwest Farm Credit Association, currently serve as chairman of the Meridian Maintenance Cemetery District, and a voting member of Food Producers of Idaho. I have raised my children here. One of my daughters is superintendent of the Catholic school system in Idaho, and my other daughter is a broadcaster for Channel 7, a meteorologist in Boise, and they're here tonight with me, hiding behind their mask. I remember many years ago when the city first prepared the 10-mile plan, I never complained about the plan. I thought the mixed employment would be good fit for the uses next to the freeway. We supported the plan. I thought the mixed employment would be a good fit. Oh, I'm sorry. We supported the city and supported its vision for the area from the beginning, and we are pleased to see the area built out. Now my property is eligible for annexation and has access to city utilities. We selected Sawtooth Development Group and AT Industrial to develop the property because I knew they would bring quality development and businesses to the area. I am excited about their plans and proud to have my property be part of the needed industrial business park area. Meridian needs these kind of jobs so our kids and their kids don't have to leave Meridian to find work. I was disappointed by the staff's lack of support for this project. This seems to be exactly the type of project that was planned here by the freeway and the Highway 16, and exactly what our city needs. Mr. Mayor and Council, I ask you to approve this project. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Eggers. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have one for Mr. Eggers.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Eggers, why can't I smell mint on this paper? I mean, for those of you who don't know, they grew high quality mint. for many,
Councilman
many years.
Hoagland, I apologize for not having mint. It's a valuable product and I didn't want to throw it away.
Make some money. I love it. Respect that.
Yeah.
Respect that.
Thank you.
That is.
No other questions?
No. Nice to see you again, Drew.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Terry, and I believe last name starts with an N.
Terry, you can say your name and address for the record.
My penmanship's not obviously very good. Terry Nyborg, 5160 Westview Drive, Meridian. So I'm a neighbor that lives right above the project. And I also own the property at 1245 South Black Cat, which is just the other side of the freeway. And my concerns are simply timing, and I don't object to the project as much as I object to when Black Cat might be improved. Because the roads to the west that everybody's kind of emphasized, they don't own the property. Those dotted lines are maybes in my mind as a local resident. And the same with the one going to Franklin. During the initial meeting of the neighbors, the comment was made that traffic won't go south on Black Cat, it'll all go north. Well, I don't think that's probably too accurate. The other concern I have is with the pit that's there, Wright Construction and the asphalt plant. All the material is hauled in to that pit and back out. It's not a producing pit. They're in the backfill process. The truck traffic on South Black Cat Road is significant. The sight line is not very good from Vaquero Road or from the driveway, from my driveway on 1245 South Black Cat. If you look to the north, cars go out of sight below the hill. There's a blank spot there. They didn't extend that out far enough. I assume that's right where the intersection is that they're talking about lighting. That would improve it if it was lit, if it was a stop there. But my concern is just traffic on Black Cat and the timing. If ACHD were further down the road with any of those improvements, it would be a better project. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, Mr. Nyborg, do you happen to know how long that backfill project's going to take for them to conclude by chance?
When are they going to extend Overland? I don't know. It's a huge pit.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been backfilling now for 5 or 6 years, and they've got maybe 15 acres of what, 70, 60, 70, 80? I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's a long range project. And how long is Wright Construction going to be there hauling the raw material in and the finished product out? I don't know the answers to those.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's not so much penmanship as my vision, but Chris P. I didn't want to get it wrong. It's close.
Good evening. Chris Pearson, live at 10445 West Sultana Lane in Boise, Idaho. As mentioned, Chris Pearson, I'm a commercial real estate broker with TOK Commercial in Boise. Sitting here tonight, I'm reminded why I chose brokerage as a career versus development, but that's a little bit of a joke if you didn't pick up on that. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly discuss the current commercial real estate market and more specifically the industrial market. I've been a commercial real estate broker and an industrial specialist for 34 years, of which 17 have been spent here in the Treasure Valley. In 2021, I've been involved in the sales and leasing of just over 1 million square feet of industrial space in the valley. And over the years, I've assisted numerous companies locate within Meridian, most notably Insurance Auto Auctions, Cintas Corporation, and HD Fowler. A quick snapshot, not to be redundant with Tim's remarks, City of Meridian has approximately 6 million square feet of industrial space with that vacancy rate of 0.004. I guess my comment there, in 34 years, I've never seen a city the size of Meridian with a vacancy rate probably less than 1%, less than 0.004 is amazing. And maybe not healthy. 26,000 square feet of vacant space in our current market, that might be absorbed in 2 weeks, right? So there's just a dearth of space currently in Meridian, and the entire Treasure Valley suffers, not to that degree, but we're probably about 1.24% vacancy in the industrial market right now. I'm not that creative, but really, there simply isn't an argument I could find for this being really positive for the city of Meridian right now. As a real estate professional, I'm definitely in favor of well-planned, smart growth, but we are close to facing a no growth or an extremely limited growth situation as it relates to industrial development, not only Meridian and the Valley. I probably have no less than 15 requirements right now from national, regional, and local tenants looking to expand into Treasure Valley that I cannot fulfill because there's no space. And to be honest, it's not a healthy situation. I understand you received letters from Sensi and Northwest Fulfillment, two good-sized companies in Meridian, and they have stated that they have current and future space requirements, and they would definitely prefer to be in Meridian versus other parts of the valley. Earlier this year, Sensi and Northwest Fulfillment actually got into a bidding situation on a listing I had on 40,000 square feet in the Idaho Food Bank building over on commercial. Sensi won, and Northwest Fulfillment now leases 100,000 square feet in Boise. My time is short. I think also to Tim's point, the types of uses that occupy industrial buildings, manufacturing, service companies, technology companies, among others, and the job creation in the salaries that they pay, I think are significant versus potentially office retail type uses in the valley. Location of Black Cat Business Center is optimal for industrial users because
If you can
of its
wrap up your
visibility
testimony, please.
and its proximity. So no, I appreciate your time and consideration, and maybe I have a bias, but I'm definitely in favor of seeing some industrial product built in the valley. Thank you.
Council, any questions?
Mayor?
Councilman Burr.
Sir, would you care to elaborate, excuse me, why on the jobs? Like, you concur with Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I ran out of time. So I was involved. I represented a company, AZEC Corporation, publicly traded company. And earlier this year, they leased the former Shopco distribution building in Boise. That building consisted of 355,000 square feet, obviously formerly a distribution building. AZEC, they're involved in building materials out of recycled material is basically their business model. And at capacity, they'll employ between 250 to 300 people in that facility, which is 355,000 square feet. Over the weekend, I looked at their job postings, and they have 13 positions currently available, including recruiting coordinator, cost accountant, and production supervisor. So my point is that many companies that occupy industrial buildings do provide significant job creation and pay salaries, I believe, well beyond median income levels. And that's just one example.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was everyone that indicated they wish to speak.
If you, yeah, go ahead and come forward. If there's anybody else that'd like to provide testimony, either online, use the raise your hand feature, and we'll bring you in. And if there's anybody else that'd like to come up after, then feel free. Yeah, if you can say, speak into the mic and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Corinne Caddis. I live at 395 South Black Cat Road. Obviously, I'm the little house that's on one of these pictures along here. I just wanted to state that when we first moved into this house 11 years ago, there wasn't much going on around the situation. But then obviously we heard about the 10-mile project. So of course, we knew at some point somebody was going to come and knock on our door. Anyway, as it is, this company, Sawtooth Development, came knocking on our door. And what I've seen since they've came is that they've jumped through many loops for you guys. You've wanted them to do all sorts of things. They've changed directions of everything like that. Plus also, it was meant to be industrial anyway. So I don't understand what your problem is. I know you say you want mixed economy, is it? Mixed economy. But again, you've got to think, there's been 500 houses just going in on that little area there right now. Just imagine those people being able to walk just across the road to be able to go and have those jobs over there. So to me, I don't see why you wouldn't pass this project. You know, for me personally, I think it's been well planned out. They've shown you everything that they possibly could to make it seem like it would be a really good project. And so that's my state, is I think that this project should go forward because it's definitely needed here in Meridian. And these guys obviously have took the time to really plan it out for you guys. Anyway, that's me done.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I hope not, because I've not got any answers.
Thank you.
All right, is that it? Thank you.
Mark Bottles, 839 South Bridgeway Place, Eagle, Idaho. Mayor, and I want to address Councilman Borton, your question on transition. The neighbors to the east of this are there's 4 property owners, 3 of which those are owned by BlackRock Homes and Corey Barton, a CBH. I have been in contact with them about what was going on here and how they would transition with this, and just numerous sit-down meetings, and they liked what was there, that what Sawtooth had planned there. So I just wanted to address that. And the other thing I would like to bring up as well, one thing we have Silverstone Business Park, and as you know, there's been a transition there that it's taken a long time to build out that business park. And some of that's turned into apartments over the years. And one of the biggest users in there is UPS. And they probably might have one of the highest wages in there, even though they're delivering to our homes, but they're parking trucks inside of what was at one time going to be office buildings. And it's, as Chris Pearson, he's more of an expert in the leasing side than I am, but things are transitioning there. I get calls all the time through people through the economic development in Meridian, and they're national tenants looking for land to where the e-commerce is going, tech companies, T-Sheets, those people. As they're incubating and building their businesses, they're looking for this type of product that you see. And so anyway, I just wanted to address that. So any questions?
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, Mark, good to see you, man.
Yeah.
My question to you is T-sheet. You said T-sheets. And so you think that this would be a good product? Like, I didn't know T-sheets were involved with distribution and warehouse.
No, they're not. But when they got started, Matt Rissell, some of you may know him, local businessman started. He went to Ron Van Auker, was the first person he went to, and said, I need to go into industrial space. And what he did, he took a warehouse space like that and literally took doors, unused doors, turned them on sawhorses, and built a company that now Intuit has some of the highest paying jobs in our valley. And we went from, and he needed transition. He couldn't go into a normal office building because he needed space to grow and to really scale. And in that business, that technology business is tough. As you know, the food brokerage business is the same way here. We've been involved with Lamb Weston and other starts, Treasure Valley Sales and Marketing that was in Meridian and actually ended up moving back into Eagle. But there has been a lot of companies coming and saying, we need this. And we don't have that space. And that space that's to our west, as you know, the sewer line and trunk line, and that is a major project that has to happen. The Fields District is a great area, but it's not even close to being ready and doesn't even have the road or infrastructure to get to the freeway in that. And so again, I think those are 2 good areas. But when I bring those up to the tenants, even to our other developers, sorry guys, but some of your competitor developers, Adler and them, they're like, I can't go there right now. I'm not even close to going there. And so they'd like to go there, but I'm just saying some of those tenants are coming. Again, I'm more on the land side, as you guys know, dealing with selling to whether it's residential, industrial, or apartments and that, but just a little bit of what we're seeing out there. But yeah, places like T-Sheets, that's how a lot of those small tech firms, that's how they grow. So, and they need a developer that's going to work with them to expand kind of accordion style. Anything else?
Any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman McGovern.
Mark, appreciate you sitting through our meeting tonight and appreciate you chatting with us. I guess I'm looking to you as a subject matter expert. There's many elements of this project that I find very attractive and appealing for our community. My hurdles have been largely about the timing and particularly related to the transportation infrastructure, the roadway infrastructure. How critical is that as you're attracting businesses and out there marketing? I'm sure the question is, how are the roadways? What's traffic like? And what's the response from your clients when we're saying, well, it's not the worst, but it's button up right next to it?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Just being here, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm far from it, not a planner. But if you're going to have an industrial in this type of incubator space, I mean, you do have a brand new interchange. You're going to have another one coming soon. You're not going to probably get a better interchange in the valley, in my opinion, that's going to be ready for it. I mean, we have trucks in the middle of Meridian right now, which, you know, back in the day, that was the right thing at Eagle and Fairview. I mean, when I moved here, I think it became a four-way stop, and then the shopping center went in, and we had an industrial distribution center next to Blue Cross, which honestly, those tracks are going right through there. But when I look at it from a planning standpoint, it is the right area to have it. It's got, even with the current plan that's in place, with the developers working on their TIS study, I think we're in a great situation. I've been very involved with the state, with ITD, on the condemning of the right-of-way and trying to get 16 built. And I mean, as you know, with the state level, they've got funding and they're moving fast. I mean, the condemnation already to Franklin now has occurred. And I'm working with 8 other property owners with the state to get those properties condemned, to get that built through. I mean, I want to see it as the valley. I want to see that open up even in the Fields District in this whole area. So I think the timing is great for development like this. It's going to take time for them to get building, but working with, you know, the traffic and stuff, I think, you know, with the current interchange that's already in place, you know, I do think it's a good place to be. I know that wasn't analytical for you, but I'm not good at that. All right. Any
Council,
other
any additional questions? Oh, wait, we probably shouldn't. Mr. Neri, when we lose a member from up here, we technically have lost our quorum, to my knowledge. Are we okay to? Okay, he still, I just didn't want to do something we weren't supposed to in our process. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item at this time? Come up for.
Members of the council, I've never done this before. I speak to a camera, so this makes me wicked nervous. My name is Bree Early. My address is 5021 West Sherdale Drive. I was Miss Meridian 2003, and I don't say that because I'm looking to get back in the business of ribbon cutting, but it just gives you an idea that I'm a woman of a certain age. And it seems funny that in my 30s, in my 20s, in my teens, I was able to turn around and say, I remember when my cousins played soccer in that field that's now the village. Or I remember when there was no stoplight in Kuna, Idaho, where I went to school. This valley is changing, and it's changing rapidly. As a person who's in the business of forecasting, the high yesterday was 50. My forecast was for 38. Sometimes we can't see these things coming. The growth that has happened in this valley since 2003. So the last 14 years, last 10 years, the last 5 years, the last 3 years has absolutely blown my mind. My point that I want to make right now is that, well, staff has done an amazing job in saying, maybe this is premature. Maybe it's not time for this. The 10-mile plan, as I understand it, was made in 2007. And at that time, we were thinking, will they come? Will they come here? What will our valley look like? 10-mile hadn't even been expanded at that point. Boy, did they come. And it was probably beyond what our forecast was. So I just would love to see this city get ahead of it. I see a lot of people coming in. I see a lot of houses coming in and being built. So to say no to job creation would be something that I would find really disappointing. So I love this city.
Thank you, Bree. Council, any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony at this time? We're going to go ahead and, before we ask the applicant to come up, we'll take a 10-minute recess. I want to get Joe back in the room so you can hear the final comments. So we'll hopefully it'll just take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock. Okay, we'll go ahead and come back from recess and we'll ask the applicant to come forward for final comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thanks for your questions and comments this evening. I want to address one of the comments from the neighbor and also some additional comments from the council there. One of our neighbors asked, when is Black Cat going to be improved? We will be widening and improving a significant portion of Black Cat with our development along our frontage. And as you could see from the slide we showed about the developer-owned properties around Black Cat, there is going to be significant development around there where other developers are going to be doing the same along their frontage. We will do whatever is required by the TIS and ACHD in those conditions. And we expect, based on information from our traffic engineer, that that's going to involve widening Black Cat to about 3 lanes there. And so it is going to be significantly improved. Councilmember Kavner, you've made a comment about, just that the timing of the improvements here. And we've talked a great deal about that. I think maybe an additional point to consider as you're thinking about the impact of the Highway 16 here that's coming in as a matter of timing. All of that just was recently quickly expedited. And the amount of investment that is now present coming from the state is significant. The phase 2 section of which the Franklin and interchange there at McDermott and 16 all is involved is over half of this, and the expenditures budgeted there are 150 million for construction, 115 million for right of way, and those costs are only going up. So we're talking about a significant influx of state investment here. Franklin connection to that is part of that planned improvement. So the connection with Franklin will be done with that. Undoubtedly, we expect that means that ACHD is going to expedite their funding for the rest of the widening of Franklin. But even if they didn't, it is already planned within the CIP beginning in the 2 to 4 year window, which is going to be appropriate and consistent with this project's build out. We are providing, as we showed, the best use for this property from a traffic standpoint, as you're considering that, because it's the lowest traffic impact you can have on this property based on your 10-mile plan and get the job creation that you are looking for. As we've walked through, the project that we're proposing is consistent with your 10-mile plan and what's called for in this area. Industrial uses are needed here. There's been a lot of data presented about that. Limited sites in your city can serve industrial, and none of them are available now. You do have a lot of land available and a lot of sites available for office. That more of that isn't needed. It is valuable. You do need office. We're not saying that office isn't valuable and that it doesn't have great job creation. It's just that you have a lot of opportunities for that. It doesn't need to be in this limited location where industrial does need to be. This project will help Meridian keep jobs. You can see from the testimony you've heard tonight and also the written testimony you received based on the vacancy rate, based on businesses needing space now and not finding it, that businesses have to look elsewhere to find that space. This project will also attract jobs. You heard data about the experience that reflects a quarter of all of the industrial leasing in the valley for the last 2 years had an average job per acre rate of 20 jobs per acre. Even if it were less than that, we're far ahead of the estimates that you've received and consistent with the job creation goals in your 10-mile plan. You don't have to create all 20,000 jobs in one location. You have a lot of job creating space, and the space that we're utilizing for industrial space is consistent with and proportionately keeps you on track with your goal there. Doesn't take away from it. And of course, given the vacancy rate, it's always good to keep in mind that empty office space does not create any jobs. And so you do really have to take it into context of where the demand is as well. When you have industrial users and tenants that are actively needing space and looking for space, then industrial buildings bring those jobs. Other places can source the office around and inside your city as it exists now. So for all of these reasons, we ask for your approval. We understand that you don't have a staff report before you with findings and conditions. And so we ask for your direction to the staff to work with the applicant to put together findings and conditions that are appropriate, consistent with the plans and consistent with the design elements we've asked for accommodation on for the use. And unless Tim has additional comments, we just stand for any further questions you may have.
Thank you. Council, anything additional for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I went back to the phasing plan, Deb, and I asked about that earlier because I couldn't remember. I knew there was a lag and it shows phase one complete 3 to 5 years, phase two, 5 to 8. And I think that's helpful to the project from the standpoint of, Highway 16 and road funding. But, one of the concerns here is that Franklin Road heading west. And, that really needs to be done. It has to be tied in. That will make this and everything else going west successful. And what can this project do to help ACHD facilitate that expansion going west of Franklin Road? Is there anything that can be done there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, I'm visiting with our traffic engineer who's now completed their study. They anticipate that there's not going to be a concern based on the timing of our build out of the capacity and the planned widening of Franklin. They do not foresee problems in that location for accommodating our capacity. So we feel that that will be addressed through the TIS and ACHD's review of it. Now, that said, we feel that the increasing development in this area and the investment in the interchange is going to expedite improvements in this area. There's development to our north that is now going to be annexable. They are also interested. There's a letter in the record from them supporting this project. As development increases around there, I think everyone is going to create that additional demand for the CIP and the funding for Franklin to be expedited. As I said, though, even if it's not, the timing that it's planned in the CIP is sufficient to accommodate our trips. And that's how it's playing out in the analysis and the traffic impact study as well.
Thank you.
Deb, I think you're a very good lawyer and you use very good words. We understand the your impact. But I think one of the things that's really lost in this is when that connection is made to that location, it's not just going to be your people accessing it. It's going to be the entire area. It's going to be the entire valley that's going to use Franklin as an off, and the entire road infrastructure is going to become strained. And I think that's one of the underlying things. It sounds really good, like, hey, this is going to be here for us, but it's going to be there for everybody. And one of the things that we've been really successful at seeing in Meridian is when we see a problem, the development community can come up and find ways to help alleviate that before it becomes exacerbated by their own development. And so that's, I think, really the question is we understand your trips may not generate, but there's also the argument to say that having office in this location is even better, because what better place to have 50,000 trips for a property than a place that's going to be right there with a great interchange to access for those 50,000 trips. They only have to go a mile, from that location. They can take the interstate. So short-term, long-term, and that's what we're in this for. We're in this for the long term, but there are short-term issues and then there are long-term issues related to all of this. So kind of piggybacking on what Councilman Hoagland mentioned is, are there things that this development could do to help alleviate our issues, not just your chip generation issues, to this area where, if ACHD rediverts their resources to this area for these needs, they are taking them away from other parts of Meridian that have a need that is funded, that is other parts of the community are waiting for, that we've made, council's made, decisions based upon, yeah, let's approve that because those roads are going to be improved because they were in the plan at some point in time. And I think that one of the things when we start talking about our growth priority areas, we understand we can't grow everywhere. We can't ask ACHD to build roads everywhere. They don't have the capability to do that. So I'm piggybacking on what I was hoping Councilman Hoagland was kind of getting at is, what can this project do to help with those offsite needs that are going to be there in this area where there really are not a lot of other opportunities for those improvements in the short term?
Mr. Mayor, great question. And I think Christy touched on this and we, need to emphasize it as well. I mean, as you guys know well, the way that development pays for its proportionate share of impacts offsite where you don't have control of the right of way and the roadways yourself is we pay impact fees. And those impact fees are used to fund these offsite improvements. And so we will certainly do every offsite improvement that's required of the development. But in addition to that, we are responsible to pay impact fees to carry our proportionate load of those offsite impacts. And we do appreciate, we are certainly not the only users of these major roadways. Franklin is a significant arterial for commerce in this area. The connection to the interchange is exactly why this site is so attractive for this use. So we need it along with everyone else. And the opportunity that's created by the interchange to bring in that funding that will help with the connections there, we believe is going to help change the traffic patterns, help pull it away from 10 Mile and improve those traffic flows. So we obviously don't control that. That's the state. That's not our contribution, but we're excited to have the timing align with that. And finally, we appreciate that, yes, office certainly is a great use. It doesn't need to be in this location. The closer it is to the interstate, sure, it has a shorter connection there, but office uses aren't dependent upon that same kind of interchange transportation access as your comprehensive plan and 10 Mile plan note is so important for industrial. And our jobs are valuable in this location and can't go in other locations. And yet the traffic that's generated by this site is going to be so much less. More than six times less than office on the same location for the same acres. So significant less impacts on Franklin to add to all the surrounding areas.
Just to go back and touch on, we do have development that will do reimbursement agreements with ACHD where they will go and put in offsite improvements, working with them to get those done in advance of when they otherwise would have been done. That's really, I think, the question is whether or not this project would be willing to consider working with ACHD on those type of options.
I think I'll let the developers speak if I say something out of turn, but I think they're ready to look at that TIS and work with the ACHD about whatever needs to be done there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And I guess to follow up and piggyback on your comments is the fact that, you look at that intersection and for years that intersection stood out because it's fully built out way in advance of what they knew was coming. So that was done in advance and now we get to take advantage of that. So it'd be nice to have that. We're moving ahead of the need and which is rare. It doesn't happen very often. So if you could work with ACHD on some ways, they don't have a STARS program like the state does that we expanded Eagle Road and Chinden and whatnot, but ways that we can keep ahead to some degree, just because we hear so much from residents about the traffic and the pain it is, and it's never in advance. And so just helping take care of those things, it would go a long ways in something like this. So anyway, something I hope would encourage you to look at.
I appreciate those comments.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, there hasn't been really any conversation about the proposed location for the fire station in lieu of impact fees. And I'm just curious, again, I think fire seems supportive of the location, but if our needs change, then what becomes contemplated for that piece of dirt? The city, I guess, owns it, and then we would turn around and do something with it. And I think this would be the first time that I'm aware of that the city has taken possession of land in lieu of impact fees since I've been on the council. And so it's a little different, a little left of center for me. And I'm just hoping maybe you can walk us through kind of the why behind that and why you think that makes the most sense for our city.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, Yes, I think this came out of discussions between the applicant and fire. Fire was supportive of that location, looked at the location, thought that that would be useful for them in the future. The applicant was willing to provide that location to them. Your city code does provide for impact fee credit for land. I think there's still a fair amount of work to be done to work through, what that might look like between fire and the city and as a whole and the applicant, to see if that might go forward. If it can work out, I think it's a great location. It seems like everybody was on board with it. And so I think we're just down to the process and logistics about whether or not that agreement can be put in place for impact fee credit. I can't speak to fire's use of it, or I just know that from the discussions that the applicant had with fire that they were supportive of the location.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council, I think you'll keep this one open.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
I think, my greatest concerns are obviously the transportation issue, the roads, and looks like the applicant is willing to have ACHD do a TIS just to verify and look, and whatever comes of that in the future with some type of an agreement by the applicant with ACHD, I think makes sense. So my other question or concern has to do with the jobs, and it's not like I don't trust the information that's been given by the applicant at all. It's just a really important part of Meridian, and it has such a huge, has the potential of either being really bad or like excellent, like top notch. And so I sort of want to punt to Tori and have her come up and just, I just want to, she's our economic development manager, and I trust her opinion. I just would like her to speak about the jobs. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Tori, but if you could provide some clarity with that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, council members of the council. So I like to look at the long game, and no one has mentioned the comp plan this evening. And the comp plan and the future land use map strike a housing to jobs balance throughout the community. And so that is, in particular, this area is planned for mixed employment and low density employment. And so those are the job numbers that the comp plan looks at citywide, with the assumption that this area is going to provide X number of jobs, another area is going to provide a different number of jobs. So I think it's important to consider that. Comp plan, was adopted 2 years ago, December 2019, following many, many months of significant public engagement. And our long range planners, all our planners kind of looked at that essential balance in the community. Let's see if I could just provide something about 10 Mile interchange specific area plan. Just something for comparative purposes. 10 Mile, when it was developed out at 50 acres, 10 Mile Crossing, and this was before the Salzer Surgery Center. There were about 3,700 jobs out there. So that's about 70 jobs per acre. Just as a comparison for you to consider. I know a lot of the conversation is centered around traffic impacts. As an example, the Amazon facility in Nampa is about 2.5 million square feet on 4 stories. So they've got a 675,000 square foot footprint. So this essentially would be kind of almost 4 of those, 3.5 of those spread out on a single footprint. And it's, obviously too early for a TIS, but their TIS estimated 7,000 vehicle trips per day for that Amazon facility. I totally agree with everything Mr. Wolf had to say about the market data. It's certainly accurate. I know the mayor and I hear it when we go out on our business visits. Industrial businesses are challenged in finding space in Meridian. Manufacturing uses are essential to our community. Advanced manufacturing is one of our 4 target industries that we look for. Advanced manufacturing pays higher wages typically than other jobs, and also it has significantly greater multipliers in the community, both jobs and revenue/income multipliers. And then let's see, our strategic plan calls for increasing family wage jobs that enable employees of Meridian businesses to work and live in Meridian. The concept plan, and this is really my only concern, the concept plan suggests that uses that are not only lower in the number of jobs, but also those jobs are typically lower in wages when you look across the manufacturing industrial type users. Let's see, and I think, does that address your questions? Are there any others?
I don't know what I was looking for really in particular. I just wanted to hear what your opinion was.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
since you're up here, I guess a very simple question that I hope comes with a simple answer. Does this application enhance or detract Meridian's economic viability?
Councilman Cavanagh, members of the council, that's a tough question. I don't know that I can answer that. Like I say, I'm looking at the long game for that jobs to housing balance, and then looking at our citywide strategic plan with a goal to increase family wage jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
try a different approach, Tori. No, industrial is important to our community. I mean, and that's something that, you know, when we hear manufacturing and assembly, I get excited because we're Americans. We build stuff and we build it better than anybody else. You know, that's who we are. And we do need those areas that we have people being able to make things and of course, then it comes with storing things and shipping things and all that component that comes with that. Right now in our community, can you tell me what do we have in the horizon, excluding this, that we're putting into place more industrial?
Let's see, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Adler is building some spec, but typically that is full before it's completed. A lot of their, with the exception of their Amazon facility and FedEx, a lot of their newer projects, JST Manufacturing over on Lanark, and I know of 3 other users that are coming in are a higher level paying jobs and a higher number of jobs than, say, a distribution or warehousing facility.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, and Tori, and it's not an I got you question or anything like that. I was just trying to think, okay, what do we have? And I think Mr. Wolf, it sounds like his assessment is about, you know, yeah, there's not much spec. It's they decide late, we need it now and get it done. And you've got a tenant to sign right away. So that happens. And I guess where I struggle, I'm thinking, okay, we've got a fish on the line. We got this big industrial fish, you know, do we throw it back and wait for something even bigger? That's the hard part, you know. So what do we do?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yeah, you know, we do have to consider that opportunity cost. You know, if we let this go and the market shifts again in 5 years, are we going to be left with, you know, an undeveloped site? And with as inconsistent as the market has been, I don't think anyone would have foreseen the vacancy rates that we're seeing today in industrial.
Any additional questions for Tori?
Thank
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Public hearing's still open. We're just, I take it at our discussion, deliberation. Yeah, keep it open. Okay. All right. Mr. Mayor, I'll give you my thoughts on this. I think there's a kind of a confluence of circumstances where there's a lot of good data about the demand for this type of use and industrial use, lack of vacancy. And there seems to be an immediacy for anything like this to be filled, which that principle, which is supported by data, somewhat contradicts what we're confronted with for infrastructure improvements, specifically transportation. So we hear, it sounds like every element would say this would develop as fast as possible, be utilized and filled as fast as possible. The demand is there, which is fantastic. I don't doubt that at all. But that contradicts what we're confronted with the ability to provide the full transportation network that it needs, at least arguably. So that's my hesitancy with the project. Initially, I thought the staff's and planning and zoning's direction to be consistent with the comp plan and the mixed employment designation made sense. I think I saw it too, kind of maybe that's what Tori was hinting at maybe, but the long game of this area had perhaps this type of use to the east of it. This being the mixed employment and the more industrial use connects to McDermott, now perhaps connects to Highway 16 and that seemed to be the long-term plan for this area to build out. So I thought that made sense. I thought I would have expected this to be a mixed employment application or request for that type of zone, understanding that a CUP might be requested for this type of use. And in light of the demand for this type of use, I didn't think that would be a hurdle, but that was interesting comments in the record and today about the strings on financing and how industrial users migrate quickly. So that was very helpful for me. I think the hurdle that I can't yet get over from what I've heard is the roadway network at Black Cat and Franklin in particular. And I'm not as positive about the acceleration of funding. Quite frankly, I just don't feel comfortable that absent some type of latecomers agreement cooperative that advances this immediately, that you're going to have any on-ramp to Highway 16 in the immediate future. I don't. And the mayor's comments about you're going to pull it from somewhere else that we've planned to approve or we've approved plan for that roadway network. This may be one of those ones where when we talk about the discipline to say it's just not ready, I don't know. I don't think it is for me, at least. I just think that roadway network concern, honestly, I cannot get over. I think the use is great. The zoning I wrestle with back and forth, but the timing was just not there in my eyes. So I didn't hear anything that resolved that concern. So I think it's a really good, well done project that's too early for this location.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
to kind of along the same vein with Councilman Borton, you know, is this the type of thing where we have for the applicant to have discussions with ACHD before we can really make a decision on this? Because there are lots of elements about this that I like. And, you know, what gives me pause is that connection and having that ability to when I heard that $34 million, and of course they meant every connection that for that Highway 16 that's within the ACHD's jurisdiction from Chinden to the freeway. But taking it away from other projects to do that hurts. And finding a way to expand Franklin, make that connection, I think is critical for the success of that area for what's being planned. And I know Ms. Nelson's right. There's impact fees. They pay into that. It goes forward, but it makes it more difficult when timing is not in place for other projects. And what I mean by that, I've often thought when I was on council before and we bought that 77 acres, and I've shared this before, we bought Discovery Park. And I remember thinking 20 years from now, that'll be a great thing. People won't remember who bought the land, but we got it for a great deal, save taxpayers a bunch of money. There'll be a regional park out there. And I come back on council and 10 years later and phase one's already done. And it's like, wow, that moved quick. And I think something like this, if approved, will spur everything else quickly. But if the roads aren't in place, that just, it stops everything. And I think what was actually excellent testimony came from a meteorologist of all things, when Bree talked about the fact that forecasting and looking ahead, we aren't always accurate. That 20-year timeline, I was way off on. And I think the Highway 16 is going to do some things that might make us off on the timing and need for things sooner as opposed to later. But that also includes the infrastructure to have that in place. So that's the part I'm trying to, how can we get to that to make everything else come together? So that's what I'm wondering, I know the TIS and that work with ACHD is what, 6 months, it would take whatnot, if what I've heard from previous application. But I don't know if that's the way to get there. Do we approach it that way? That's just kind of my conundrum I have right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think to dovetail off of that too, we have seen this year high priority roadway projects by ACHD be delayed because of their funding issue. And while Kent Goldthorpe, speaking as a citizen, provided a lot of context, it falls in line with what we heard in our joint meeting with the Highway District, which is they're not quite sure how they're going to be able to afford all of these connections with the current integrated five-year work plan. So those to me create really, really big questions. And Councilmember Borden, I pinged in on a word you said, which is the discipline. I really want this project. And honestly, I think the location makes a lot of sense. And 20 years from now, will have been the right location with its proximity to I-84 and Highway 16. But Brad, you touched on Highway 16 could change how we look at land use in that area. It's going to change traffic patterns. And the bulb of my crystal ball is burnt out. So I don't know how to look at the future with that. So those are the things that are causing me a lot of caution, which is why so many of my questions for the applicant was about kind of their plans and suggestions and ways to impact it. And without having some solid grounding on those questions, it would be very, very challenging tonight for me to be in favor of this annexation.
Councilmember.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I have a whole lot to add. My council members up on my fellow amigos up here have really laid out specifically what I think as well. But to add on to this, I think this is a great project. I mean, honestly, I think that the landscape of how we're doing business, not only regionally, but as a country, even in the world really is turning toward e-commerce. Had breakfast this morning with a gentleman who, is in the e-commerce business and has developed and built numerous e-commerce jobs, businesses, has sold businesses, and currently has one that's e-commerce that deals with hunting items. And honestly, I think it's where it's going, at least in the near future. I don't see it changing. I just feel like e-commerce is, you look at the office vacancy and it tells you that's where it's going. And so I think Mr. Wolf and his partners and his team have provided a great project. I just would like to know more about the transportation aspect of it and what that looks like. This is just too big of a project for me to have more of an opinion than that, to be honest with you. And so, and I know that, this project, if it were, if there was favor in this project, I think Deb would tell the team that this would be continued anyways because of findings and conclusions. And so, yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't know if I provided any clarity, probably didn't, but.
I think you did in that standpoint. And just my 2 cents. My concern with this has always been about timing and infrastructure. Am I 100% convinced the type of use here compared to what is appropriate? No, but transition into some industrial, absolutely. But if council decides an industrial is the right choice for this entire property, I think that's that's where you need to go to figure out if that's appropriate or not. But timing is important and infrastructure is definitely important in my view. And I think that's the underlying, you've all said it. That's the question. And the only answer is there a path forward to get that addressed or answered? It's not just the TIS. The TIS is going to tell you what their immediate impact is, but it's really the bigger impacts that we're going to see for this area. Because to the point that was made, the property to the north goes next. The property to the west goes next. And before long, everything in that area, because of the demand, potentially is there. So with that, I assume you want to hear back from the applicant on their on what they'd like to see happen at this point in time and go from there.
Mayor, members of the council, thanks for your input. We appreciate the comments and certainly appreciate the support for the use here. I know that's after some careful consideration, given where we've come from the staff report. And so I guess we feel that we can work through the transportation issues. We feel like we can address the timing issues or at least get you to a better place to have the information you need to make that decision. And so I guess we would ask for a continuance until ACHD has an opportunity to review the TIS, which we're very close on. So that's what we would ask, since that is the issue that's holding this up. We'd like the transportation agency to weigh in, the expert here, and provide you that information so that you can feel comfortable with the timing in support of the use here.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Just a question then, Deb, timing wise, what are we looking at? What's your estimation? Any idea?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, so the TIS is effectively done, will be submitted within a couple of weeks to ACHD. And so then we're just on their review timing, which could be a couple of months. So I would say we're, probably not in a date certain, but getting back to staff to request a hearing date for the continuance.
And Deb, I'm only speak for myself, who may or may not be involved in a voting situation. To me, it goes beyond the TIS. It's what can be done to look at the road and network improvements that are needed out in the area. you know, the TIS will say one thing, but it's the bigger picture. Again, that's my sense. I may not even be involved in a future decision on this based on how this plays out, but my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Councilman
Fairness,
Gordon.
Deb, I think that's it too. That's sort of how I understood it, that ACHD is going to say we have no funding for Franklin. And the interchange or the connection to McDermott might happen quick, it might not. We don't know. My fear is whenever we continue it on the big issues, they'll say, as they probably have to say, we don't know. There's just nothing there yet. I think the mayor's comment of, is there some mechanism to accelerate it and provide some certainty? I guess that's my fear, that if there's a continuance to allow ACHC to provide comment on the big infrastructure issues, I don't know how to provide a response that answers. Maybe they can. We'll see. Give them a chance. But
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Borton, we appreciate those comments. And certainly topics we'll explore and try to come armed with all of the information you're seeking. And also recognize that, part of this is looking to the transportation agency to hopefully the facts and that analysis through, the TIS and their review will help provide information that's helpful on the capacities to help answer those questions and on the timing.
And just one small piece as well, the connection is in Canyon County. I don't know how much interaction there is. I don't know if Canyon County received this application at all, but I know it's only a quarter mile to where Highway 16 is going to connect. I don't know how relevant that is as well to the conversation, but unfortunately ACHD's jurisdiction stops right there. So even that, their plans for their side of the county line.
Thank you, Mayor. We will certainly come armed with that information too and look at the state scope of that interchange area and see what's involved there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
I need a date, Deb. So we're looking March.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Council
Oh.
President Byrne, I think we can just continue this
Without a
and
date.
then
That's
to
what
a
you're saying
future
earlier.
date.
Remember, yeah.
And the applicant can work with staff to get it
Yeah.
noticed and then put back on our agenda once some of the questions that are out there have been
Right.
finally answered.
Yeah.
Mr. Neary.
Yeah, Mr. Rivers, Council, the only thing, if you do it that way, does the applicant need to pay fees or does the council want to be paid? Notice.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Bill, I thought if we just continue it to a date to be determined, there's nothing new. It's just coming back with more information from a partner agency but.
Mr. Rivers, Councilman Hogan, but technically there's no way for the public to know when that is. So we'd have to provide some level of notice.
Can we just pick a date and then if we have to continue it again at that point in time, we can choose that.
Mr.
Probably a couple months minimum.
Mr. Mayor, and maybe Chris could look at a date in March. I don't have the calendar in front of me to see if we could pick one. I'd appreciate that. We'll just adjust it if we need to.
First date in March is the first, and then the next one is the 8th.
I would avoid the 8th.
The first.
For anybody considering National League of Cities.
Okay.
March 1st, we'll go with that and we'll follow up to as needed.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we continue the public hearing for Black Cat Industrial Project H 2021-0064 to March 1st, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to continue this item until March 1st, 2022. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the item is continued. Have a good evening, everybody. Or stick around for the ordinances. Next item up, On the agenda is item 4, ordinance number 21-1959. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to H 2020-0060 and H 2021-0050 Horse Meadows for rezone of a parcel of real property situated within the portion of the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter and within a portion of the northwest quarter of Section 10, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho. Establishing and determining a land use zoning classification of 5.33 acres of land from R4 medium low residential zoning district to R8 medium density residential zoning district in the Meridian City Code. Providing the copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance and providing for a waiver of the reading rules and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
move we approve ordinance number 21-1959 with suspension of rules.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second to approve ordinance number 21-1959 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the ordinance is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Or if not, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
this is our last point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. This is our last meeting before the Christmas holiday, and just wanted to wish council, mayor, staff, our citizens and that are listening and who pay attention to these long meetings, a Merry Christmas. And I hope that you all are find yourselves with family and you have a very blessed Merry Christmas. So thank you so much and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.